Yeah, someone actually showed up. I was doing a couple of scenes in the background. Let me get the game ready. Oh man, I'll make this quick. What's up? Hope you've been doing well. Hope you enjoy the stream. Yeah, I know chores can be a bit of a pain to deal with, but sometimes it helps me ease my nerves, so I don't mind it too much on my end. So I hope it goes well for you. Let me see here. So that up. See, capture it. Probably not. I might have to assign it directly, but we'll see. Yep. All right. Give me a moment. Every single time I try to stream Tohomon, I have to change my windows to capture it specifically because it doesn't get it automatically. And every time I do that, I forget to switch back to auto before starting stream. So that's my problem. Let me see if we can get the controller. But in regards to this, it's Mario Eclipse. I had made a proposition that I was gonna play this at one point after I finish up my initial stream with Tohomon, but wanted to give people a sneak peek as to what to get from this. For some reason my controller's not connecting. I don't know what that's about. Let me check something really quick. Uh, Connected or no? Oh, now it's connecting. Okay. Alright then. Ignore the cleared save file. That's not important. Let's just show off the tutorial. Alright, everything's working. That's good. Ah! Get out of here! Can't touch my controller. It's still working. Yeah, it's still working. Oof, it's been a hot minute since I played Eclipse. For those who are gonna watch on, oh jeez, my drift is bad. I need a new controller or something. For those who are gonna watch on YouTube, Mario Eclipse is a fan-made, I guess you would say ROM hack of Mario Sunshine. It's kind of like if Mario Sunshine got a DLC expansion pass, this would be it. There is a lot to explain, and I think it's better if I just show it off over time. But in this particular case, this tutorial area is gonna highlight a few of the new mechanical additions that they did for this game. So we'll start with this one. So Rocket Nozzle got a buff, or got something. It got something changed about it. Normally in the original game, you have to hold R and it launches you upward, but there's actually one other implementation that they added, which we'll see soon enough. This is what I like to call rocket done. So something they added was that if you hold down R to blast while pressing... if you hold down the charge and press B as you release your charge, you'll launch forward using the momentum that was carried from the launch. The farther it goes and the higher you go, the more horizontal movement you'll have, depending on your verticality. Sometimes you'll have to ground pound just to get a good positioning of where you're launching yourself. But another interesting thing you can do is that if you charge, then do the dive, and then follow it up with another charge, you'll actually get more horizontal momentum. Features like these are nice in terms of like the base game, but they're not necessary. It can help you get around places a lot easier, but you probably won't be utilizing these techniques until the Eclipse exclusive levels and such, so it's going to be a challenge in itself to go into another door. We'll take this one. So, in the original game, if you hold down R for Turbo Nozzle, you'll just kind of go at a set pace forward. But they altered Turbo Nozzle's gimmick so that instead of you just firing in a singular speed, you can actually adjust how fast you go, with holding down the button all the way taking you to essentially double the initial speed you had in the prior vanilla version of the game. Now, for some people, you might think that's too fast, but thankfully you can just hold down the button as light as you want, depending on how much speed you actually want to get from it. And just like in the original game, if you gain enough speed with your turbo nozzle, you can fly pretty far out. Which is why I'm gonna hit the wrong button. Let's try that again. The funny thing about Turbo Nozzle's change in the base game is that because you can move much faster than in the vanilla version, some challenges that feature Turbo Nozzle gets very interesting. We'll get to that later. Let's go to another door. So, let me just check something. Alright. So what people may not know, or some people who has played Mario games may not know, is that Mario Sunshine is the only... It might be the only 3D Mario game ever made to not have a long jump mechanic. The long jump was in Mario 64 and was implemented for every other 3D Mario game except Sunshine. And to be entirely honest, I'm not sure why that consistency wasn't there. It could be that they just wanted to showcase the different mechanics Flood has, but it's always a bit of a strange thing that long jumping just wasn't in the vanilla version. So they went and implemented it in Eclipse. If you hold down the Z button, or at least the map button, it's remapped to be the long jump. So just hold down the button and press jump and you'll launch yourself forward. This unfortunately means that Mario Eclipse does not have a map feature, which, considering all of the stuff they added into the game, it's probably for the best that they didn't try to map out every single thing they added. I imagine that'd be a pain in the ass. Alright, let's go. This part always gave me a bit of trouble. Huh. There we go. I think if you keep long jumping in sequence, you'll get more speed, so you can actually make the jump. This feature is so nice that I kind of wish I had it in the vanilla version. So, in addition to just hovering with the hover nozzle, if you press A as you start up your hover, you'll actually do a short burst, like so. And you can actually chain the short burst so that with certain techniques, you can see yourself getting much higher in certain areas than you wouldn't have otherwise. Note that if you do the burst, you cannot do the hover after, so you have to commit to one or the other. See if I can do this right. Where is that piece? There it is. Grab it. There we go. That's about every feature they can showcase. In terms of like what they changed. As far as Mario Eclipse as a whole is concerned, mechanically it is the same as Sunshine, even in terms of like level designing and such, it's the same, so don't worry, they didn't get rid of all that awesome. They didn't get rid of all that awesome Sunshine jank. It's all still there and in full force, no less. So let's get out of here. So I'm just gonna be upfront about this one. Sometimes the sound gets weird with this mod, and you'll just kind of hear a noise for as long as I'm in the place. So if it happens, then I'll try to leave and come back, but I'm hoping it doesn't happen as much as I expect it to, because I will say it just kind of happens occasionally, but not always, at the very least. So the nice thing about the Eclipse team is that they added a bunch of quality of life stuff to this game. So you have a bit more options of how you want to play this. So we've got like the usual vanilla features. But then we have features like changing the aspect ratio from 4:3 to... Oh, hit the wrong button. From 4:3 to 16:9. So I guess if you like your widescreen, you can have that. And I like to say the game is optimized in a way so you can actually have 16:9 ratio and not have it look weird, but we'll have to see soon enough. They raised the frame rate from 30 to 60 frames, so that's nice. I'm not much of a tech guy, so I know a majority of the stuff that you could do with this. They implemented auto-saving, so every time you pick up a shine or a blue coin, it doesn't just open up a save prompt, it just saves it for you and you can keep playing. In some instances, picking up shines, it actually, when you pick up a shine, it will just save the game normally, and then you can actually continue the rest of the level and keep getting the other shines that are there. Sometimes you'll have to leave yourself just so you can get to the next part, but for the most part you can actually get as many shines in a singular run as possible before going to the next one. And then like the bug features and such. The darkness that Sunshine had is actually darker in this case, or in Eclipse case, which makes sense considering the name of the mod. So if you wanted it to be the vanilla version of how dark it gets, you can just change it back here. And then here's all the awesome features you can do. You choose to have them on or off, or change what button layout you want with this, so you can optimize it to your own experience. Hero mode, that's funny. I'll probably do that at some point just for the heck of it, but alright. Let's see how 16:9 looks. Uh, for me, it's very squished. Huh. Not entirely sure how I feel about this because I played the entirety of this game with 4x3 and it was fine for me. So I will probably keep it for now. Just see how it looks. If I don't vibe with it, the next time I actually start officially streaming this game, I will switch it back to 4x3. But if I don't mind it, then I'll continue with 16x9. I just hope that it looks good on stream at least. I've spent less than half an hour on the tutorial, so that should get into the game. We will erase this one for now. Here's another thing that people didn't know about Mario Sunshine. It is the only 3D Mario game and one of the few Mario games in general that does not feature Peach's castle in any way, shape, or form. Like, you can't explore it, you don't get to see it in the background or something. It's just absent for the entirety of it, which makes sense considering that they're supposed to be on vacation, but it was always interesting how it was one of the few cases of the 3D games that just didn't have Peach's castle. So, the Eclipse team added the entirety of Peach's castle from the N64 into Mario Sunshine and redesigned it so it actually looked like it would come out of Mario Sunshine, which I think is great. So I'll explore around here for a bit. Been planning this vacation for a long time now. We're all so excited that you were able to come with us. Luigi will join us later, so we'll decide where to go and update him. Do you have any vacation spots in mind? I know you've waited a long time for this trip. No matter what happens, I just hope you have a blast. Let's go. More on the Luigi bit later. But I think in terms of how well the Eclipse team did it, I think that Peach's castle looks great in Mario Sunshine. At least I think they did a great job with making it a stupid drift. I think they did a great job with making it actually look like it came out like it would have came out of Mario Sunshine if they had committed to this. And just like in Mario 64, all the little secrets and such are actually still there. So like the manhole that's down here, it's there. It's caged up, but it's there. The door that's over on the right side of this palace, it's there. It's underwater, but it is there. Yeah, I gotta swim out of here. But yeah, door's right here. Can't get to it, unfortunately. Out of this place. I think if I were a skilled Mario Sunshine parkour guy, I could probably get up on the roof, but I don't think I have it in me to pull that off. Or I probably could if I really committed to this. Oh wait, I actually could do it. It's awesome. Normally you're not supposed to be up here. Yeah. Yeah, they even got like the courtyard area stylized so it looks like Mario Mario 64 if it was in the Sunshine engine. I'm gonna leave all this alone because I feel like if I were to mess with any of this, I would probably mess something up, and I don't want to do that. Let's just get going. Well, now, Master Mario, ready to take the skies. Thank you kindly for waiting for us to finish preparations. Your patience has been invaluable to us all, yes indeed. Oh, Toadsworth, why they massacre my boy? If you wanted to advance after exploring all this, just head down this road right here. You'll find that the airstrip is right here, so you can head out once we head into the plane. Stupid, drift. Okay, the drift is going to be my worst enemy because I have to actually stop to talk to these guys, but if I move even slightly, it won't give me it, and that sucks. Just general dialogue. Let's just go. Start up the game for real.
What happened? What's this icky paint-like goo? It's moving!
Now, boys, don't touch that stuff.
Excuse me, but...
I am most concerned with the well-being of the princess in this dreadful heat. Master Mario, if you would, cross over to that shore and find some assistance.
Yeah. As you can see, the eclipse darkness is much, much more noticeable than vanilla version's darkness. For some people, they have to actively switch to sunshine darkness because they find that this change might be too much for them. I don't mind it because I can still see everything just fine. And it'll make the brightness of getting the shines a lot more noticeable because if we were to take into account every single... If we took into account every shine that was added into this game on top of the existing 100 and... I forget the number, it's like 120 something. The total number of shines now adds up to like 240 something. So that's a whole second game right there in terms of content you can get. So look forward to seeing all of that once we get to it. So although you're supposed to get blood and clean up all the mess, because of a little quirk with something I'm gonna show off later, Mario can actually throw these potteries, and the pottery drops water when it splashes breaks onto, or when it breaks onto the ground. So I could actually just do this. Oh, button. Oh, you went back in. Oh man, floodless run, let's go. I'm gonna let this play out.
Nice work,
Got something in
Mario.
the back.
Quite an unusual device. Is it some sort of pump?
I am Flood, glad to meet you. Hey, someone's coming.
Court is now in session.
As you are no doubt aware, someone has been senselessly defacing Fair Isle Delfino using some
Bro,
like
this is like the only time in
accused
Mario
is charged with
history
polluting our beautiful home
where
and yes, endangering
Mario
our
actually
fine
has a
way of
criminal
life.
record. It's awesome.
Indeed, how can one not be aware of what is going on? Though it is daytime in Delfino Plaza, our poor residents tremble beneath a veil of darkness. Expert shine scholars have determined that this darkness has arisen because all of our guardians, the Shine Sprites, have vanished from their gathering spot at the Shine Gate. The reason? It's quite obvious. This horrible graffiti is to blame. Behold this sketch of the perpetrator based on eyewitness descriptions. The truth is obvious. The guilty party sits among us. It is none other than Mario.
Objection!
Overruled. I judge the defendant guilty as charged. I hereby order the defendant to clean this entire island. Until Isle Delfino is completely free of his vile handiwork, Mario shall not be allowed to leave. Court adjourned.
This appears to be quite a predicament, Mario. Data analysis verifies that the island's inhabitants are indeed troubled by pollution, but the pollution itself is not the main problem. Mario, you witnessed this object at the airstrip, correct? It is a Shine Sprite. Shine Sprites are the source of power on Isle Delfino. They used to gather in great numbers at the Shine Gate, but the graffiti incident has polluted the island and most of the Shine Sprites have fled. There is no longer any power to support the peaceful lifestyle of the islanders. It is most pitiable. The only way to ensure the return of the Shine Sprites is to keep the island from becoming any dirtier. The perpetrator is likely at work even as we speak. And you, Mario, are being treated as a criminal. Tomorrow we must do our best to resolve this situation.
Oh man. You want to hear the explanation again? Default options on yes.
Go straight that way. You can't miss the mesh tower. Your first job's to get rid of all that ugliness. And remember, we'll be watching you, pal. We'll know if you start slacking off.
Alright. I think this is one of the biggest things they did for Eclipse. So, for one, if you go to the pause menu, it actually tells you how many shine sprites can be attained within the area you're in, and how many blue coins are in the area. So every time you collect a shine or a blue coin, it adds up by 1. It doesn't really tell you which ones you collected, so much so, it just tells you how many you have in total, so make of that what you will. I'll see if I could probably get as many as I could on my own. Don't expect me to get all of them because, or at least all of them without external help, because it's a lot of information to remember. The other thing that's important about the change in Mario Eclipse versus Vanilla is that, in a way, they kind of made this game open world. And what I mean by this is that you could follow the main path to the base game, or you could explore around and discover locations relating to the new stuff they added alongside other details. The progression of which you unlock things is about the same as it always did, so as long as you stick to what you generally know about Mario Sunshine, and you will unlock everything over time. The only difference is that when you're playing base areas of Eclipse, to get to the final fight, you have to defeat Shadow Mario's campaign in every level. This also means that in Eclipse's case, you also have to do the new levels too, so just doing the base levels alone isn't going to get you the unlock until you do all of them. So many, many shines. Let's do it. But yeah, as you see right here, the game autos, so you can actually keep going. So now we can go into that pipe right there, without having to go back to the main hub every time. Apparently this slide level is very easy to get the shine from, which is hilarious in retrospect, so let's just go. What's another one? Oh, so because we can do short bursts, or we can do hover bursts now, we can actually do the infamous pachinko minigame without needing to get without actually having to get the rocket nozzle for it. So that's awesome. Let's get it out of the way right now. Now, if 4 lives do this without consequence, let's find out. Oh, I guess not. Guess not. Ah, dang it. And so it begins. Ow. I didn't land on the platform right. There we go. Pinball. Pinball. This pachinko game is so easy. I don't know why people keep complaining about it so much. I'll admit that as a kid, it gave me a lot of trouble trying to get that shine, but after many, many, many years of just playing this game over and over, it stopped becoming an issue after a while. Just how it is. Let's see. What else can I get? I'm gonna need some cash for this next shine.
Mario.
That should do it.
Mario.
Alright. Oh, the guy's not there yet. I guess you have to do the actual problem first. But we'll do it eventually. Let's see. We could probably get this area done. So, in addition to being able to go wherever you want to go, as far as getting the shines you want in whatever order you want it to be, you can actually go inside the final level. You'll notice that it's kind of different than what you remember it being. Yeah, what you're looking at it, I believe this is a relic of what the beta version of this level looked like back when it was in development. Repurposed so that it actually looks like how it would in the actual Sunshine should it have existed at that point.
Oh, that's so good.
An antique? What? How long has it been since I've seen you? What, like, half a year now? Maybe more? I don't remember when. The last time I was in, I don't remember when was the last time I was in a stream with, damn, I already forgot his name. I hate myself for doing that. I know I haven't been in, like, Lumi stuff for, I don't know, maybe over a year now? Like, much longer than his. I don't know, I appreciate what she's doing with her stuff, and I do like to notice it every now and then, but... Bro, how'd you get banned from... how'd you get banned from her server? Ah, okay. I figured as much. I haven't gotten banned, but I don't, like, frequent her stuff anymore. Like, I'm sure she's doing well and such, and it's good on her, but, like, at a certain point, I feel like Lumi may or may not wanted to distance herself from certain people she's talked to when trying to grow her channel, and I feel like I might have been part of that. So... Just being the annoying prick as usual, and then told her to make something for Frank. I think I'm gonna need the rocket on these blue points. Like you said no, and I said no, yes you won't, and I'm blocked and banned. I don't even still try and get up here. Yeah. I feel like in some areas she's gotten more. She's unusual because she wouldn't usually just mute me. She would usually just use me, but I guess it was a bad day for her, and yeah, I get that too. I feel like with the direction that her stream, like her Choice channel is going and such, I guess she wanted to be more of an actual serious VTuber rather than just doing it as a hobby. So it could just be the case that she wants to keep everything in order and like having people who like I guess talk to her and the way that they always do doesn't work out well in terms of what she wants from the channel. She can do what she wants, but first day infested towns that they're in the temple. Where are they coming from? Yeah. It wasn't really a case of her kicking me out or anything, it was just my choice that I wanted to distance myself. I haven't actually left her server or anything, but I do like occasionally see what she's coming up with. No, I didn't get kicked. I voluntarily chose to distance myself. Like, I didn't actually leave the server and such. Technically I'm still there, I just have it muted. So I don't actually see what she's talking about in there and such. I'm gonna have to come back with rocket nozzle for these. Maybe there's one up ahead, but I probably have to play the actual game before I get to it. But Going back to your first question, I'm playing Mario Eclipse, which is a ROM hack of Mario Sunshine. My initial plan for this stream was that I was gonna play some of this, and then I was gonna take a bit of an intermission break and watch some Dark Side Phil content, because that always gets me interested in more ways than one, and then I would go back and play something else for the rest of the time. I can grab it, that's cool. You can stick around as long as you want. My streams usually go for like 3 to 4 hours, since I usually get lost in playing whatever I'm playing, so I end up playing that long no matter what. Jordan already texted streams are lasting. Jordan, yeah, I forgot. I think it's been a good few months since I've joined one of his streams, but I do check out his posts a bit more than I do Lumi's, and I do see that, like, he is going places, so that's great of him. Where are the other ones? And again, they're all probably on top. Yeah, like I said, her channel's growing, and I think that's nice for her channel to have that. Yeah, it's all donation stuff set up last I checked about half a year ago. Is there one up there? No, okay. There might be one hiding underneath. I had told myself if I ever make this into a very consistent thing, because usually I only stream, as of now I only stream Wednesdays because a very specific person has his 1.5k subs she has. That's pretty good, actually. Like, I'm impressed. I do think that Lumi always had that, no, it's just a friend who frequents my streams. And I chose Wednesday because that's his... It is a work day for him, but he does, it's the one time where he works at home, so I usually just pop the stream on so he has something to watch on the side while he does his work stuff. Ow. But yeah, Lumi always had that charisma that she can get that many people in her streams. It's so weird talking about how today is Wednesday, because in my mindset, I usually work Monday through Friday in prior experiences, so having worked, having to work between Sunday through Thursday is a very weird thing for me, because Friday and Saturday is my days off, but most people are working Friday, and usually when Saturday rolls around, I have to sleep a bit early anyways because I work Sunday morning, so I almost never really get time to hang out with people unless I ask them after their workday is over, which sometimes they do and sometimes they don't have plans. The only thing you could ask of someone like Lumi is that they don't get too carried away with wanting to be popular and successful with her channel. But otherwise, I'm sure she'll do the best. What do you... 7 out of 10? Alright. Alright, this blue point's gonna be annoying. Then again, I think it was always annoying when I first played this. Yeah, it inevitably happens for anyone who's getting popular with their streams and such. And hopefully hopefully what she takes away from it isn't something that will, I'm not gonna say be her downfall, but will make things harder for her. That blue coin, or did I already not grab that? That guy's weird. Like, I'm just gonna say that guy's weird. Like, it's a weird that I kind of see every now and then when I'm in, like, I guess Lumi doesn't realize that, and then again, it's not like I think she can actually ban you from watching her YouTube stuff. It's the kind of weird I see from a few of my mutuals on Twitter and such, and like... That's interesting. Oops. Where are the other points? There's only like 2 left. Think she did? If I knew how to block people on YouTube, that'd be interesting, because like... So I guess it just means that even though you're subbed, you can't comment on her YouTube channel, I guess? I don't know. I'm not sure how the block feature works for this game. Okay. Wait, am I leaving? I don't want to leave. I'm saving this. Yes. My goal is to beat her on YouTube. How many subs does she have on YouTube? 396 subs, so it's a bit... Yeah, it could be done. She's not a YouTube popular person, she's a Twitch popular person, so I'm pretty sure you could do it. God, believe in yourself, man. YouTube will be my domain and Twitch is... There's the last one. There we go. Let's get out of here. We got 54 subs already in the past 3 months. That's awesome. Oh, but for those who are watching, sometimes when you come out of a, what is it, an entrance from another area, like the new places they added, you'll actually come out of that entrance when you load into the next zone, so I think that's pretty nice. Because normally in the original game, it just takes you back to the hub area every time, so the neato quality of life feature they added. Let's actually do what I'm supposed to do. Like, I could keep messing around, but I do want the other shines active. We're gonna switch to streaming on YouTube because they gave him more views in Twitch. Yeah, feel like with I had spoke about this with that friend, but Twitch views is a bit weird compared to something like YouTube and such. I guess it's because since YouTube now has like YouTube Shorts and such, so the view counter tends to go higher for people who operate things like that versus Twitch. Like, I feel like unless you have a... Well, like, what's the current trend? If you either have a VTuber model or you're somebody who likes to show their face on camera, you probably won't get very far with Twitch in terms of getting subs versus what you can get away with as you're on your own self versus somewhere like YouTube where I think it's a bit easier. Although, if you're looking to get revenue from views, there is a site where you can get 5 times the amount of revenue from views versus YouTube, but I am not allowed to endorse it here because I'm pretty sure Twitch is gonna catch on to something like that if I try to talk about it. Well, I'm pretty sure a smarter guy can figure out what I'm alluding to here. Yeah. I think I still have you in my... I think I still have you in my DM, so I'll just send it to you once I get an opportunity to do so. Bro, when is she not getting kidnapped? Oh. I guess I should explain it now. As far as Eclipse goes, they added a health meter to Shadow Mario so you can tell how much damage he takes and is needed for him to go down. Because in the original game he didn't have that, so you kind of have to guess how much you had to shoot him before he stopped. It's another neat little quality of life thing. I don't think it was necessary, but it's nice nonetheless. Alright, let's do it. So even though it says episode 1, even though it says episode 1, yeah, it is. Mario Sunshine is the sequel to Mario 64, and it's built a lot of his, foundations off of it. Yeah, Mario 64, but paint. And Mario Eclipse is... In a way, Mario Sunshine is a sequel to Mario 64. In a way. But then again, that's like saying Mario Galaxy is a sequel to Sunshine and onwards, so make of that what you will. But Mario Eclipse is an expansion mod for Sunshine, so it actually adds more to this. Some of the stuff that I will explain is stuff from Eclipse versus the vanilla game. Yeah, Galaxy was great. I own 1 and 2 on the Wii, and I still have them somewhere to this day. I unfortunately can't set up my Wii anymore for technical reasons and real life reasons, but I still have them stored somewhere nice and safe so I don't lose them. Yeah, so in the original vanilla version of the game, when you go into the initial beginning sections of the game, the whole game has this shade filter over it because it's implying that there's darkness in the area due to the absence of the shines, which are supposed to bring light to the place. And as you get more shines, it gets brighter. Until eventually you get enough shines that the whole place gets lit up everywhere. In Eclipse, they increased the shade of the area because now we have double the amount of shines total in the game, so the darker shade is an implication of how much more you have to do. But once you get to a certain point, then it goes back to being as bright as the original game. Should have made it fully dark like Tomb of the Giants. What's up, PK? Thanks for showing up. Bro, you gotta think ahead of the game. You gotta make it so dark, you can't even see the game. It's just black. That's how dark it needs to be. Like, you can hear volume, you can hear audio, but you can't have visuals. That's how dark it should be. A game for blind people! And it's literally Tomb of the Giants, you need a lantern, see more than 3 inches. You're telling me that Tomb of the Giants is a horror game? Or, I guess if you want to be more generalized, modern movies these days? Would be horrendous to play, but very realistic. My mom needs a light to see anything in a dim lit area. That sucks, man. I know that, where I live, it can get so dark during full moon that you can't actually see outside your door. You actually do need a light to see around the place, because I don't live near the city, so we don't get any of that city light nearby. Yeah, like, if I could take a picture of how it looks outside and send it to you, I would, but you wouldn't see anything from the picture. No. During a full moon, we do not get light out here because of how void the whole place is of any light sources. But if we get a full moon, you actually can. The moonlight is bright enough that you actually can see the whole place. It's pretty awesome when it happens. Yeah, the starlight isn't enough to light up the whole area, so it does look pretty dark. And during summertime on full moons, I have to be careful of going out there because darkness lies problems. And in my case, it's gonna be, I would say scorpions, but I think rattlesnakes is more of a dangerous hazard here. Yeah, during a new moon, that's when you can't see anything where I live. But during a full moon, you can see everything because the moon is that bright. In fact, the full moon gets so bright, we usually turn off the one lamppost we have so we can actually just see from the moonlight instead. Speaking of that, though, I do need to switch out the light bulb on that thing because it did die out a while ago, so I actually can't see anything unless I have my flashlight on. Also, I don't know if you noticed, PK, but I grabbed the shine from episode 1, and yet I'm still going because that's a feature of Eclipse. Due to the autosave, you're able to get more than one shine in an episode. And if you wanted to advance to, like, another episode that changes the layout of the place, you actually have to exit out yourself. Otherwise, you can keep going and collect everything before you head out. autosave also means that you can pick up all the blue points in an area without having to worry about having a save prompt pop up every time you pick one up. I have to be careful with this part because my stick has drift, unfortunate, so Mario can end up walking forward without my involvement, and that can be problematic for a platformer of all things. Here's something funny. My little sister played this game recently, and by recent I mean like 2 months ago, but when she got to the PD fight, she actually struggled with this guy. Like, I kid you not, she was almost dying when she actually won the fight. That was kind of impressive in ways that I think are interesting. OG Sunshine, because she wanted to play it on Switch, so I had 3D All Stars set up for her. Yeah, as far as Eclipse goes, normal Sunshine mechanics are still there, with Eclipse quality of life stuff tacked on, so you still get that Sunshine jank if you try hard enough. Which is funny for me, because it's like, I always see people post clips of them discovering new glitches in Mario Sunshine. I'm like, dude, how do you discover these things? I've never fallen off the bridge in the Delfino Village section that everyone seems to happen to them, but I never had that even playing as a kid. Like, how do you do that? So yeah, as you can see, I got the shine in episode 1, so it did register that I did get it, but I also got the one in episode 2, so it skipped ahead to episode 3 when I came back. And you can do that for, like, every possible shine that is available in the area, so, like, if you start in episode 1 for one area, and you get the shine from episode 7, it just jumps you all the way to episode 8 when you go back to the menu. And at least when you're in areas that you can't get out of normally, like the PD fight, they do take you back to... They don't take you back to the hub world like the original game do, they take you to the shine menu. So, if you wanted to go back to the hub world, you actually have to pick a shine and then get out yourself. Because otherwise, the original game always took you back to the hub world every time. PK, you have no idea how much Mario Sunshine changes when you add long jump as a feature. Yeah, so, in order for them to implement long jump, they had to take away a feature from the game to do so, because they needed an extra button for this, because I think, like, in Mario 64, the L or R button was used for long jumping or crouching, and because Mario Sunshine wanted to implement FLUDD features, they got rid of the ability to do things like that. So, Eclipse, they got rid of the map button, which is on C, and replaced it with stance that allows you to long jump. If you also hold down Z, you can do like a backflip if you're standing still. They felt like getting rid of the map feature was necessary because of all the new stuff they added into the game. Would make having a map feature kind of complicated if they had to list off where every shine is. So they just felt it was better to get rid of the map and replace it with something more useful like the long jump, which is why it's here. Another feature they added was new mechanics for the flood nozzles. So like the hover nozzle, you can either hover normally by holding R, or if you jump and press R sometime after. No, I'm sorry. If you press R and then press jump, as soon as you hit it, you can do like a short burst. And this can help you get up to places that you normally probably wouldn't have with just normal jumping. Like up here. The novelty of having long jump and such is that it also applies to the Mario-only segment, so in some levels I could just skip through a lot of this stuff by just long jumping. One of these nails has a... No, not that. It has a shroom, I believe. I think one of these has it. There we go. I won't lie, getting 1-ups in Mario's Sunshine was always easy enough, and like, I feel like it's even easier in Eclipse, so I wouldn't be that surprised if we got max lives at some point without realizing it. Also, I don't know if you know this, PK, but I'm actually playing the game with 60 FPS and 16:9 ratio, because that is a feature you can choose to have active if you wanted to play the game in that style. Because the original game was 4:3 and 30 FPS. This does mean that, like, very specific moments of the game can be a bit weird using 60 FPS, but everything seems to run smoothly. Why would people not want to play this game like that? Not like they'll be playing this on TV. Maybe they just want it for the nostalgia purposes, but like... I don't know. I feel like some people just have their preferences, I guess. You gotta collect bread coins, so let's do that. I believe the normal unlocking conditions for this game. Older resolution frame rates typically look worse on newer displays. Yeah, that is true. Though I feel like there could be an argument of like higher definition resolutions and better frame rates can make certain old games worse. But I feel like that's a very selective type of... That's a very selective problem that I think only really exists for... I wouldn't say unoptimized games, but more like games that were just optimized for that specific type of TV and or console system. Where is the last coin? Where are you? Ow. think I have an idea of where it is. Unless I'm stupid. It could be both. That makes sense. Never is as bad looking as those 60 FPS edits of old movies anyways. Dude, you should never ever make a movie. Don't ever make an old movie or an old anime or an old show run at 60 FPS because it is the most cursed experience that you'll ever have. Like, the people who think it looks great running at like faster frames, just like, why? Why would you do that? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I am stupid. Let's go. Let me see. This shrine gonna take me back to the episode selection. If so, then that's gonna be a bit bad because I wanted to highlight another scene that they did for Eclipse. Gotta go over there. I think I'm gonna get 10 shines and then we're gonna take the intermission because I be going past. Yeah, I went over an hour. I'll take the intermission after I get 10 shines. But so Eclipse added new areas, which means new places can be explored on your own decision. Like, you don't have to do a specific mission or something to unlock the area, because in a technical sense, every area is available from the start. Like, the moment you arrive in Delfino Plaza, it's when the whole game opens up to you. So, the way in which they interconnected the levels is simple enough. When you go to, like, specific spots like here, there are, let's call pathways that connects to the other areas of the game, including the new ones. So this right here is a pathway that connects to another place. So let's check it out. And I want you guys to just kind of appreciate how much went into designing these areas, because I think, like, the Eclipse team did a very good job of making sure that everything connects in a way where it feels natural and not too out of place should it have been in the original Sunshine. Like, the fact that you can still see where all the new and the old areas are gonna be while you're running around Delfino Plaza is very nice. So it's a very nice detail. If I were to pause, it shows that there are 0 of 9 shines. So every pathway has at least one shine you can discover if you explore around and inspect odd things and places. So let's see what happens if I head over to this area, this little cave in a waterfall. I think how long would your intermission will be? I usually watch what I usually do for intermissions is I just stop to watch a video or two. The videos are usually pretty short, like 15, 20 minutes. But depending on how much I say, it could extend to like 30 to 40. But after that, I go back and play the rest of the game. So it won't be that long. Gotta fill a video. I think for Eclipse's development cycle, they might have taken more than 7 years to make the mod. And I think that 7+ years of development shows for this mod because it is very impressive what they managed to do with this. Let's go ahead and head over to Gelato Beach. Yeah, man, Mario modders are like they can be very passionate people when it comes to modding a specific game. And I think like Mario Eclipse could be the most ambitious project a modder has made for any Mario game. Possibly, let alone like most video game mods in general. Because like Super Mario 64 speedrunners are insane. Yeah, they are. And then Nintendo comes around and shuts it down. Yeah. Challenge runners. You know, there's actually a speedrun timer in this as an option for Eclipse. So like you could be one of those guys and speedrun Mario Eclipse in its entirety. Which I'm pretty sure those videos already exist online, so probably be pretty cool if I watched them. I like speedrunning, not in the sense of speedrunning, but just see how fast I try and play something. Yeah, I get it. Also, I have to apologize for this. It's partly due to the emulator, or Dolphin in this case, but it could also just be the mod itself. Sometimes, when an area loads up, the music kind of just breaks. Like what happened with that intro video. It can be like that for when the intro loads up, when the level itself loads up, or when I grab a shine. And I apologize if it ever does that, because I don't have a real way to control that sort of problem outside of just leaving the level and then coming back. And I think no one really wants to see me do that every time. So, yeah, I apologize in advance for that. It's not something I can really control. Let's go ahead and grab the last shine for right now. We gotta squirt this one. I could probably run around and grab the other shines, but let's just head inside already. By the way, PK, I did the pachinko level as early as possible, because thanks to the hover burst, I can actually get in there without needing rocket nozzle. And I'm just gonna say it took me around 2 attempts to get the shine, so like I don't know why people complain about it. One of these is the one-up. There we go. Every level that was in the base game has remained the same. The only thing that really changed in a technical sense is the quality of life stuff, but the levels remain the same as always, and like, I guess every glitch you would normally discover if you try hard enough are still there. So like, the Mario Sunshine jank is still present. It's just that, the new movement mechanics are like the only thing that really was significant for every level. So yes, places like Sandbird, it's gonna be awesome, as it always is. I missed. Alright. Let me get everything set up. So, PK, I don't know if you've been keeping up with this, but you probably have, considering your Twitter feed. DSP came back, and when people started asking him about it, interesting stuff came out of it. So we're gonna watch the first stream he did coming back from his absence, and we're gonna see how he handled every question. Like I'm pretty sure he took it in the most professional way possible. Like he explained the situations and he explained the games and such. Everything's good. I'm pretty sure he did a good job with that. So let me get everything set up. Oh no. All right then. Good luck with your filming. Send me a link to your YouTube channel so I can check it out when you upload it. Let's see. This. And a bunch of other videos already uploaded. They're just showcases of different Game Boy variants. Alright. I'll be sure to check that out in due time. Okay, I think I got this. So let's go to intermission. Let me just check again if this screen looks weird in place. No, everything should be fine. So here we are. Alright. DSP returns. Let's see what he has to. Let's see how that went down.
And I'm back. We got a bunch of thumbs down already. People are complaining. I've been back for 12 minutes. 12 minutes, and people are already complaining on Kick. How about this? How about you kiss my fucking ass and stop being whiny bitches like you are and just sit back and shut the fuck up because you're on my stream, bitches. And I'm back, and I'm in large, and I'm in charge, and you can fucking deal with it. You can shut those thumbs down, and you can go like this, right up your fucking rectum. That's how much I care about you.
Great start. I'm glad he's never changed PK.
Here we go. I got a $2 tip. Here's the first I've heard of any of this. Thoughts on Doody sending people to snap pictures of your porch and various packages. The man is 50. He's on vacation. And he spent the entire week obsessing over you while ignoring his family. Insane. I believe that latter half. The first half is not true. No one was here snapping pictures of my porch. That did not happen. This entire vortex around me is just that. Around me and dependent upon me. And from to what I'm being told and from what I'm understanding. All right. This week, because I was not here streaming and making content for them to steal, lie about, and regurgitate is toxic, they literally had nothing to do. And they were losing their fucking minds. Like they were
Here's the thing about that. DSP came back from an absence, but when people tried asking him about it, at no point did he ever actually explain why he left. He just announced that he was back and that, like, screw the trolls and all that, but he never actually explained why he even left in the first place. I don't get it, man. I feel like what people said is true, and that DSP's mom died, and that's why he had to take that absence to mourn her loss and all that. So, yeah. Which, to be fair, I wouldn't be that surprised if he did. I'd probably be more pissed at him if he did do that, though. So I'm sort of glad he didn't. But even still, like, not explaining to his very few detractors why he was gone for a while is a bit weird. Like, I don't think I will ever see someone who's popular in the if it was any other popular Twitch streamer or any streamer in general, they'd probably have to explain why they were absent. But DSP not explaining it at all is a bit weird, but not unexpected entirely.
Completely stir crazy. Wrong, moron! They didn't know what to say, they have no original content, so they had to like really go out on a limb in order to try to find things to talk about. And essentially their viewership was monstrously down. Some of them actually gave up and stopped making content for the time being. Like they just had nothing to do because I was not here. And that's the point I've been making. That in a court of law is the evidence you need to prove that someone is a thief and breaking the law. Because you understand that if they actually had content of their own, then they would have kept making it. But they didn't. They waited for me to come back to start stealing again. So in a court of law, I now have an actual week on record.
Pretty sure most detractors have jobs, they just clown him because it's funny. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it plays out, man. But I guess to DSP, he thinks he's so important that people would abandon their careers just so they can make money off of his content. Most aren't big enough to be full-time money makers. It's kind of weird that DSP is even talking about like his detractors making content off of his videos and such, because like to be completely fair, every single person has done that too. Like every big streamer does that to make money and content and such. So like it's not like it's the fault of lesser people for wanting to do this, because like everyone does it. I don't think I'm that surprised about it. And I know that YouTube and Twitch copyright is weird as hell, so like I'm pretty sure if somebody flagged someone for stealing their footage, then it could happen or it could not happen. I guess it just depends on whether they feel like whether it's a viable offense or not. I just know that some people can get away with showing off their footage, other people's footage on their videos, while others can't. I don't get too much about it, but I have a vague understanding of it.
Where their views are recorded, their content uploads behaviors recorded.
Also, it's kind of funny that like he's talking about people taking his video footage and playing it for their own content and purposes, and like what does that say about me? Oops. My bad.
I have everything I need. I'm good.
What the shit?
Oh, and I will say one more thing before we move forward. As of today, officially, there are parties involved documenting all of that. Who's doing what, how often they're doing it, how much they're doing it, when they're doing it, what they're actually doing. Like, are you actually rebroadcasting me fully? Are you just clipping and editing and doing transformative work? Yes. All of that is being documented as of today, formally. I'm going to have everything I need in the future. So if you're out there and you think you've had the gravy train all this time and, oh, it's all been free and clear, as of today, I'm giving you official notice publicly. I'm sure this will be clipped. Everything is now being documented for the future. So I hope that if you're someone who actually steals my content illegally and benefits from it financially, that you have like a backup. Because pretty soon, everything you're doing is going to either come to an end or be mine and I'm going to own it. Okay? If you pay for your house right now, your mortgage, with money that you make because you steal my content every day, well, pretty soon you're not going to have that money anymore. And in fact, all the money that you've made is going to be mine. You understand? So I'm just saying, now might be a good time to like go get a job and get some job applications out there. Maybe go, sing some fries, or maybe Uber driver or something, something like that. Now might be the time to dip your toe into the lake of something else, because the days of milk and honey for you are coming to an end. Everything is now being recorded, and you've gotten fair notice now.
What if you can create your own website by saying, "This is what I want"? With Wix, you can.
Just so you know. Oh my God. So anyone else from this moment on who continues to do that behavior, that illegal behavior, you already knew that this was happening. You have no one to blame but yourself. I've given you fair public notice. Fair enough? I do apologize to any.
Oh. I'm gonna put my money in like I'm gonna throw my money in the ring. I'm gonna say like nothing will happen. That's where I'm putting my money. I'm gonna put it down and say like nothing will happen. Um, he could be right, and he could be like documenting people making clips out of his streams for content, but I don't. I'm pretty sure nothing's gonna come from this. I don't think he has the means in which to do that if he wanted to. Because, like, one, he'd have to actually pay someone to help him do that sort of thing. And, like, did he threaten detractors like ages ago with his how you don't play? It didn't work. You know how they say a broken clock is right twice a day? Um, yeah. For 90% of that, DSP's just stuck in the same spiral. I don't think history has a way of repeating itself. I don't think it's gonna end the way he thinks it is. Sorry to say. But sorry, PK. DSP's got everything under wraps. That means we can't watch his. We're not gonna be able to watch clips of his streams anymore. Sad times, man. It's over.
Anyone who I might have worried, but you have to understand something. As you know, I have this vortex of literal losers around me. They feed off of me. They need me to be relevant. And therefore, I had to not say anything during the time that I was going to be away for protection, for personal reasons. You know what I mean? Like, if I just started talking publicly about this hard stuff I'm going through, immediately you would have these people trying to interfere.
How can I watch DSP unedited without the crash out? 90% of all that footage you're gonna watch is just dead noise. It's gonna be awful.
With it. And it's sad. But already they've tried to interfere with my bankruptcy hearing 5 years ago, which is completely illegal. They've completely impersonated other people and tried to do identity theft and have successfully stolen my identity on multiple occasions. They actually got employed at Comcast and reset my modem and changed my modem settings. I mean, that's only a few of the insane things they've done. Can you imagine the links they would go to so that they can say that they have some kind of an effect on my life? And quite frankly, this week I just didn't fucking need it. I did the way that I did it on purpose, and it worked absolutely flawlessly. There was absolutely no interference whatsoever in my personal life this week, thankfully, and that's a good thing. If anyone does want to actually live rebroadcast me and does not want to...
Also, he's grouping people laughing at him on the internet to people leaking his bank stuff to make his point sound better in many such cases. Yeah, you gotta exaggerate the problems you have so it actually looks worse than it actually is. Such like it is like that for people on Twitter and it's like that for streamers. Go figure. Also, the Comcast thing was him coping. Oh man.
actually suffer legal ramifications down the line. Because if you
He
don't
made
get
a
permission from me,
conspiracy that detractors made
you
it
can contact
worse.
me and we can talk about it. Maybe we could work out a licensing fee.
No, he made sure his internet had online lag, so that's why he wasn't able to win his Street Fighter games. It was all their fault, man. I knew it.
Huh? Where I say you can live rebroadcast me on a daily basis as long as there's a contribution or an agreement or something in place. Because if you're going to use my content live before I have a chance to even get it on the internet and monetize it, then I need to receive compensation for that. Fuck that, Phil. You are a dirty, rotten liar. So if you're someone who regularly does that and you don't want to get sued into oblivion down the line, you should probably contact me now and work something out. Thank you. Thank you for welcoming me back with open arms and open hearts and open wallets. basically this last week was no picnic for me at all. It was probably one of the darkest, most emotionally wrenching times of my life. Okay. I had absolutely zero enjoyment. And, that's that. Now, I'm well aware that so many people on the internet stalk me. And again,
Notice how he didn't bring up what actually happened. He tells you that what the thing was bad for him and possibly life changing, but he never actually tells his audience what actually happened. Like, he just said what he needed to say and then he's moving on to another topic. Now, it could just be that I'm not a really big streamer or I don't really plan to be like that, so I don't really know the ins and outs of things, but I have a feeling that your audience I have a feeling that your audience would have at least like to hear what's going on with your lifestyle because they're the ones that watch your content. So like they are gonna be concerned when you just stop for some reason. So I can understand the sentiment of at least giving a brief explanation of what had went down. You don't have to go in heavy detail about it, just like a basic idea could be enough to reassure people. But yeah, like you said, PK, he could have easily milked this for profit, but he didn't, and I do kind of commend him for that. At least he is brushing it under, even if he could say something kind of vague to keep the audience informed. Yeah, at least he, like, say family issues and that's that. Yeah. Um. So it's nice to know that like the darkest time of his life. Usually that's a life changing thing for someone. Usually they like reassess their lifestyles and like their life decisions and maybe they'll for some people they kind of change to be they try to be better about themselves. For others they usually fall into like a dark void and get even worse. I don't know about you, man, but I don't know about you, PK, but DSP doesn't seem like he changed all that much despite his revelation about this particular dark phenomenon he had in his lifetime. Or maybe the man is just made of stone and can take on any problem without consequence. That's why he never changes, despite any adversity that comes his way. Maybe I've been looking at this guy wrong. Maybe he's actually a true role model for all individuals who strive to get past the dark parts of their lives and into the light. Or maybe he's just an ass. I don't know.
because the only reason they have content is because they steal mine. If I'm not here, they go crazy trying to stalk me and figure out what I've been up to and where I am and all of that. I am pleased to say, very pleased to say, they have absolutely no clue.
Same old phone? Nah. Upgrade to the new Galaxy Z Fold 7.
What I've been doing. I never fathomed that these idiots would get information or you know what I'm saying, or pry into my personal stuff. They were not able to do so this time. For the first time probably ever. Right? That's amazing. Did I ever think that because I went through a bankruptcy that this was going to result in me having years of harassment, identity theft, money stolen, bank accounts, being accessed from unauthorized parties and all kinds of shit? Of course I didn't. Of course I never thought that would happen, but it did. I 100% kept my lips zipped, and it worked. So there's a lot of great things in my life as a result of this. But at the same time, because this nonstop leeching, this sucking parasites on me, they're reliant on me when I'm not here, that they're going to go crazy. So I hope you have to understand why I couldn't say anything at all. I had to keep my lips zipped completely. I had to lie. I knew I had to hide it. 100%, because God forbid I let something slip that then they would be able to find stuff out. They would try to ruin my life, mess with me and everything around me. You know what I'm saying? Like, just think about it. If they knew that I wasn't going to be streaming this week, they would have been fucking with me nonstop, right? They would have tried a million different stupid things. And not to say that they didn't. There were a few things that were attempted, but because I kept my lips zipped, they were completely unsuccessful. Well, are you going to tell us everything that happened this week? No, I'm not. I'm going to tell you why. Because it's my life and I have a right to privacy. I have a right to have a private life. But just because I share a public face to you every day on a stream where I make content and we play games and we hang out does not mean that I also owe you an explanation for everything else that goes on in my private life. Therefore, I don't have to tell you anything, nor should I be expected to, nor should there be a demand for that. And I hope that that many of you will understand that. If you don't, I'm going to be honest with you. I hope that you seek counseling soon. Because if you actually think that because someone on the internet streams,
All right then. I guess on that note, I have to use the restroom too, so I'll be right back. All right. All right, I'm back. Um, my dad finally got his what is it? His finally got his car transported over here from his trips. That's nice. I don't know my car names though, so I can't. Sorry if I don't like if I can't provide that type of information, but I know that he is a collector of old cars, so um his what's it called yeah, now I'm kind of mad at myself for not knowing about it, but it is it's a nice one. I'll probably post a picture of it in some of the servers I'm in, so look forward to it. It's pretty nice. It's, usually he takes it to a one of those car shows we usually have around here. Not if it's not here, it's gonna be somewhere in LA or Santa Maria or other places in California, which is something my dad tries to go to when he has a chance, and he'll usually take the car with him so he can have it on display. I don't expect he doesn't expect the car to win any awards because he's not really entering for competition purposes, but he at least hopes that people can appreciate what it was like. Um, when he was when he started off with the early days of going to car shows, he actually did put one of his 1960, let's say it was like a 1967 Impala. It could be 65, but I think it's 67. He took his 67 Impala to the car shows, and I think there was only a couple of instances where my dad actually won first place. But a lot of time he would usually get second or third or somewhere in the top five. He doesn't mind whether he wins or loses. He just likes the attention people give to his car. Because if there's people who appreciate the design of his cars that he works on, then that makes him happy. So that's why he goes. We haven't taken that car out since, but it's still sitting nice and comfortably in storage. So at least nothing has happened to it so far. I will commend DSP for at least being honest with what he says regarding the the idea of he doesn't really have to explain anything to anyone. Ah, okay, welcome back. I appreciate that DSP is at least honest when he says he doesn't have to owe people an explanation for what he does in his life. I would find a better way of explaining this process to people so it doesn't come off as being an ass about it, but I understand that the idea that he doesn't have to explain anything to anyone. It's his lifestyle after all. That said, sometimes talking about the basics of what's going on with your life can put your viewers at ease, and in some cases makes them feel more, I guess you would say, at home with. They feel more at home with whatever streamer they're watching, because like all the popular streamers I know, they do like take a moment to talk about their life, the life stuff they're doing with people, and some people like seeing that. So it works for some. I know they don't technically have to, so that's fine. DSB handled it alright, besides threatening to sue detractors again, because his info dumping has been his worst enemy. So probably good he's avoiding his trap. Look at his daily financial recaps. Bro spending $200+ on gotcha games, man. It's unheard of. Let's finish this up.
That they owe you full transparency of everything that they ever have done, you are actually mentally deficient from being a normal human, and you need to go speak to a professional for help right now. And I'm speaking directly to my detractors right now. You're all mentally fucking deficient, and you do need to seek help because number one, you're breaking the law, and number two, you're ruining your life and the lives of everyone around you with your actions. You're sick. You're toxic people. And I know that you would have probably tried to hurt me and or everyone around me if I had given any information out at all about what I've been up to this last week. Because the thing is, these idiots also would say, let's say, for example, I decided to tell you some information about what I've been up to. You know what would happen immediately? Oh, he's looking for a sob story so that people will come and support him because of this. What? He is a horrible person because he's using this as ammo to try to raise money. No, I'm not. Not at all.
PK, I think he called you out right now. But then again, I was thinking that way too, so like I'm not. Yeah. Oh man. Oops.
I'm not going to tell you a single thing about what happened because it has nothing to do with this. That's what's actually angering people. That unlike previous, where, you know, there was a few months there where I was getting tons of support because I was.
The repeated pattern of behavior, Lamau, not surprised people think that. Yeah, that is true. DSP wouldn't have this problem if, like, Cat is crying downstairs right now. Shut up, bro. You do this weekly. Oh.
Associated with another group. Well, I'm not associated with that group anymore, but I'm still making the same amount. And that's driving people nuts. They can't take that because, wait a minute, he's earning a good living on his own merits, but we were always of the impression, our narrative was always that he couldn't do that. So how is it possible, right? Because people actually like the content, because people like me. Unlike you, because when I was gone, your content was dead. No one cared about you when I was gone because they're not watching for you. They're watching for me. Don't you get it, Leech? Don't you get it, Parasite? I'm the content. That's why I'm entitled to everything you get out of it. And I will have it someday. That's how they are. They're mentally ill people. These are not normal thinking people. They're broken in the head. I would go as far to say they're all of the like mind, and they reached out to each other and found themselves on the internet because they're so broken. They had to find other people that were broken to feel normal. And they've actually created this community of mentally deficient, ill people. That's not good at all, because that's how cults begin. Do you understand?
This reminds me of, what do you mean more people donate to Duty and he has only like a 10th of the channel size? This reminds me of when the early days of Chris Chan, when he tried to get back at his detractors by trying to call them out and such, and that worked spectacularly, which I'm pretty sure it's gonna work for DSP too.
And
how do you think the people who drink the Kool-Aid, how that started? Because they were all fucking nuts and they all found each other.
What is that?
And that's how these people operate now. They do it anonymously on the internet. It's dangerous shit. So that's why I literally can't tell you a word, but they are all directly dependent on me. Without me, they dry up in the hot sun like a weed with no water. They have absolutely nothing to do. They become irrelevant. Get it? And the fact that they are irrelevant without stealing my content proves in a court of law that I own their content. Get it? But that's for another day.
There you have it, man. His explanation of why he left. Let me just take a quick peek at what people are saying. The irony of DSP. Also, your Be Right Back thing is up right now. Oh, damn, sorry about that. To be honest, though, my Be Right Back up right now. Like, I'm pretty sure you didn't miss anything. Cause, like, even if I put up intermission and such, even if I put it up and you actually saw DSP, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't have seen anything that he did that was worth seeing. Cause I feel like, I feel like you can run DSP in like the background and you'd pretty much get the same experience no matter what. At least in this particular case where it's just him having a podcast, more or less. But sorry about that. Thank you for telling me about that. So once we get back to the to I was gonna say more to hold on, but now I'm probably leaning into more Eclipse. Yeah, he's not the fanciest editor or anything. Let's check out what people have to say. Just figured I will let you know. Thanks for that. Do you already have DSP telling people online to get a job? Hardcore projection. eBaying is a noble profession, dude. Because it feeds the cycle. Tell people to get a job, they get a job. He tells that person to give him money, feed his sloth-like tendencies, and then repeat the cycle. He needs people to have jobs, so he doesn't need to go out and get one himself. Yeah, pretty much. That's how it works. Love how he casually admits he spends the entire week staring down every single detractor channel instead of taking care of whatever business divorce he had to do. Well, she needed him to take time off to help her move, and we've seen how he cleans up, so he sat there drinking gin on raw-filled chat while she packed up. He's threatened this every year, and it's the same guy who's too lazy to edit his stream through YouTube, so he's not doing it. Oh man. I feel like give it like a year, maybe less. We're gonna get another clips edited version of a stream where he is still complaining about the detractor scene. Yeah, I feel like it's gonna happen. And when it does, it's gonna be awesome. 'Cause some things never change, man. That's just how it be. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna get Tohomon loaded up, so give me a second to have that good and ready. But this time I will consciously make sure to actually switch off of the be right back screen so you can actually see what's happening. Oh man. The other than that, I know I can replace my controller's layout because to play a game like Mario Sunshine on emulator, at least with my my setup, you need to have a controller that can have sensitivity reads on his on the shoulder buttons because Mario Sunshine GameCube games were designed with the idea that you can lightly press a button to have a different effect, and Mario Sunshine does utilize this feature a lot. I tried playing it with a Pro controller, like the Switch one, and I never noticed how much of a distinction it made to have a shoulder button that snaps down rather than one that can be lightly pressed, because I could not play Mario Sunshine with the Switch Pro controller for the life of me. Maybe if I had played it on what is it? I could probably have gone away with it on 3D All Stars because it was designed for the Pro controller, but getting it to work on the emulator was not fun. So I caved in and I got a PS5 controller for that instead. So that's how I've been playing Pressure Sensors Peak. Yeah, it really is. I wish they went back to that because like you could do a lot of interesting details with that sort of thing, but most games don't really design around that because controllers just tend to snap down nowadays. I'm pretty sure that if I pick up a Switch 2, the Pro controller for that one is also going to be one that snaps down. All right, so let's get this controller set up. There we go. But now I have to adjust this again because it doesn't capture the actual game itself. There we go. But now I gotta move this around again. That's gonna be fun. I think something like this would work out enough. Yeah. Now let's see if this works. It does! Yes. Alright. So now we're in the mid game. So I think I have a couple of trainer fights I forgot to do off stream. I could do that, and then we'll see how Koga plays out, because I only have three Bonicas on me, and that could be problematic if... Oh, there we go. That could be problematic if one of them is not high enough of a level to take care of the problem that's going to come from fighting Koga. And to be honest, I kind of want her to be at level 38. If not 38, level 40, because that's when she learns a better ground type move. And I feel like I'm going to need that for Koga. But if she doesn't get to that point, then that's fine too, because I can get away with using the main two. Then after Koga, it's Saffron City, I think, and then we can actually get to the islands. Which is going to be interesting, because that's when we can finally make progress on getting Critter back into the main party. Let me just see what their points are like. Yeah, that's gonna work. I know there is gonna inevitably be a gap where I might end up losing more in fights, depending on whether things play out the right way or not. But we'll have to see when that gap happens, because I had assumed it was gonna happen much earlier than this, but I'm kind of surprised I was able to get this far with minimal casualties. So I'm probably gonna have to change the sign for what game I'm playing right now, so I'll do that while I'm doing these fights. Benefits of having a phone that can access my Twitch content. Let's see here. Alright, there we go. It should have changed it. So, Rixie is now level 38, so I could finally start learning moves from her. Perfect. I'm gonna keep hitting every wrong button to do this. uh, my cat's laying next to me right now and she's being a pain in the butt. Aren't you? Why do you always gotta bother me when I'm streaming, cat? She's like this every time I play something. I know you want attention, but like... busy right now, okay? She doesn't care though. She keeps doing it. That's fine. Every now and then, Critter will come back to haunt me. I hate to see it. There might be a couple of more trainers, but I think that's everyone on this run. Let me just check. Oh, might be a couple. Critter is affecting fate to make you want to use her again, ATP. She's begging for her spotlight back. I know, but like... we're not at that point in time right now where she can be useful again. Look, I'll just say that when she comes back, she's gonna come back in full force, okay? I might have to grind her up a bit to catch up with everyone else, but she'll be fine. Alright, I think that ends everyone, so... now we can finally forget about this rod and move on with our lives. Maybe. Alright, so Mr. Koga could be a relatively easy guy to deal with or a difficult one depending on what your team composition is by this point. But I'm pretty sure I'm good with what he has in his party, so like I don't know, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get it on the first go. We'll see. Nah, I'll keep you in here. But I will put you back because I don't think I need a cutter right now. I think when I was playing Pokemon Yellow for the first time as a kid, I'd like to say I struggled with trying to figure out where I'm supposed to go here, but... No, it's Pokemon Fire Red, but it's a ROM hack of Pokemon Fire Red. It's kind of like the same game, just with different caricatures. So, for right now, just expect it to be the same game, but with a different coat of paint. Man, Yellow was the first game I ever played as a kid. Also, freaking missed. It's a Toho ROM hack of Pokemon Fire. But yeah, Yellow was the first game I had as a kid. I think I was 6 years old when I had it, so... When I think when I was, in my house at one point when my mom came back, and she brought back a Game Boy. I like to say it was a Game Boy Color. It was not a Game Boy like the original one. And the one game that came with it was Pokemon Yellow, and she got it for me as a gift. I don't think my birthday was nearby, but I think it was just because I was doing well in school, so that was my reward for it. I guess she got me Pokemon Yellow because it looked like a cute game that I could play, like an innocent enough thing. So that was what got me into a rabbit hole of a series. I once saw someone make a joke of like, if you wanted to get rid of someone, but you needed something to use as a weapon that will not make you, that will not make it noticeable, just use a Game Boy. Hit that thing with, we'll assume they got hit with a brick. Like, it's the perfect crime weapon. Pokemon is a game of slavery. Yeah, but no one wants to mention it. And then the funny thing is, like, way into the future, a game called Power World will be made, and that is a literal game of creature slavery, and Poke fans were freaking out about that detail, and it was just so funny to me, watching it in retrospect. Top 10 dorkly moment! Yeah, Game Boy is just hard-filled plastic. They have one survive a bomb in the Persian Gulf War. I read about that. That was pretty awesome. There was a story of an old woman who spent her entire life playing Tetris on the Game Boy. And one day, her Game Boy stopped working. So, her granddaughter saw that she was very sad about that, so what she did was, she wrote down a letter and sent it to Nintendo. And it was something along the lines of her asking Nintendo if she can if she can like fix her Game Boy, because I think she sent that in the mail too. Like, she sent the broken Game Boy over, and she asked them if they could fix it for her because her grandma loved playing Tetris on there. And what Nintendo did was, shortly after they got the letter, they sent a mail back to them. It was a brand new Game Boy. Like, it was straight from the box, a brand new Game Boy. Not a color, mind you, like an original brand new Game Boy. They gave her a brand new one, and they gave her a notice or a letter that came with it and said, like, that they appreciate her grandmother's dedication to playing it on the Game Boy, and they wanted her to have a new one free of charge as a gift of all the time she spent with it. What if Pokemon was slavery and Mario did drugs? Bro, what if Pokemon was about slavery and Mario did shrooms? And like... oh no, man. What if Mario was evil to his brother? That'd be crazy. I'm gonna keep hitting every wrong button until I open up the menu. This is what the games are about, but as kid versions. Yeah! That's the reality of things, but... some people surprisingly still get upset about that today. Insane lore, we need to make parody videos ASAP. We gotta get the YouTube poops out, man. We just have to. Yeah. For this ROM hack, every single song has been remixed based off of Toho music, but was remixed in a way that it would fit the Pokemon Gen 3 aesthetic. So, like, yeah, it's a mixture of both, actually. Like, the trainer battle theme is a mix of the original one and Marista's battle theme from the series. And like, the Gym Leader music is a mixture of the original Gym Leader one and, Oon Owen was her. So, like, it's pretty great. And it's like this for the entire game, even like, all the way to the final battle, it has its own music. There's a lot more to this ROM hack, which I hope we can keep going long enough for you guys to actually see it, because I'll just say that as far as the base game is concerned, it's only one half of the entire ROM hack, because it was one of the more ambitious projects in the early days of ROM hacking. We might not be able to see that this stream. Maybe like in a... If I had to guess, it's gonna be 2 to 4 streams before I actually beat the base game. Wait, what? What do you mean? Oh, oops, missed. See, is she gonna get the KO? Probably not. Alright, I'm gonna have to switch over to something else. Go. I don't think she's gonna get a high enough level to at least sweep Koga by herself, so we have to rely on the other two for this, but that's fine. There we go. It's so funny going back to like Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow stuff and finding out that even though the trainer's Pokemon or the gym leader's Pokemons are usually like 10 to 20 levels higher than yours, you still somehow win because the AI is that dumb. And the moves were that bad that they had. Kid Me didn't know it though. Kid Me just thought everything was a challenge. And of course, no. Alright. I think in my first ever playthrough of the game, I might have just caught whatever I saw and ran that as my party. Like, I didn't actually think too heavily about who I had on my team. I had Pikachu, of course, because that was like the default choice you just get stuck with. I did pick up Charmander, and I might have gotten lucky and picked up Bulbasaur. If not, then I might have passed up on him because I know the gimmick to get Bulbasaur in Pokemon Yellow was a bit weird. Never carried Pikachu unless it was Yellow. Yeah, that was pretty much me in a nutshell. Even when I played other games, I think the only other time I ever used Pikachu after Yellow was my Pokemon X copy, and that was only because the very first Pikachu I caught in the grass when I was in the early game of X had a light ball. So I thought, yeah, sure, I'll use Pikachu. And so that ended up being the case of how he ended up in my team. So there's a guy on the route from where Nugget Bridge is. He'll give you... I might have to switch over to something else, but I might be able to get away with just having this layout. Let's try it. Before we start, the Charmander guy is located by Nugget Bridge. You just go to the corner of the map on the way to Bill's house. He will be there and he'll ask you if you can take Charmander off of his place. For Bulbasaur is inside the Cerulean house that is in the city. You have to get Pikachu's friendliness with you maxed. If not maxed, then at least close to max. She will recognize that you take good care of your Pikachu and she'll give you a Bulbasaur as a gift. If you do not treat Pikachu well, then you will not get Bulbasaur until you do. So it really is just a case of how well he does early on before you decide whether you get Bulbasaur early or not. And yeah, Squirtle is in Vermilion City, you get it from the cop. I think this is fine. Okay, it's not fine. Not fine at all. Might be able to get away with a KO, but she might actually just outspeed and kill him. Oh! Grixie's coming in clean. I just remember Squirtle being the last guy, and the cop said Squirtle was a troublemaker. Yeah, because Pokemon Yellow was based off the anime, and that's what Squirtle was like back then. Magic Coat? No. Taking damage in this game is a lot riskier than it should be. Let's see, I could probably get away with. Use Ray. I don't remember what move hits RC, but I know one of my mons probably has that type. We'll see. Yeah. At least his accuracy loss. Oh! Decent damage for Mud Slap, of all things. Okay, now I really need her to miss consistently. I think Surf can probably do it. Try that. Oh, okay, thank goodness she missed. That is a that's a grass move. Or maybe my Pokemon will continue to clutch somehow. I think I can. Yeah. Ho-ho. Yamame is a spider. She's a spider yokai. If I had kept Rixie, she might have actually just she can get rid of Rumia by just using Sidekick or Mana Burst, but that didn't play out right, so I'm gonna have to improvise this somehow. Okay, next one should do it. Or I could hit myself. That could happen too. That'd be awesome. That's it. Lucky got lucky. This TM is it toxic? Let me see. Could be. Yeah, it is. Stall moves in this ROM hack isn't the best thing you could have because the amount of damage every Bonica deals to your party it's liable enough that it can actually be. It can change the flow of the game if you just let them do that. So it's not really the best. It's not the best decision to go defense unless you're absolutely certain that you can get away with going defense. I know my first time playing this, I was able to do that for like half the fights, but the other half didn't go as well as I wanted it to because of one reason or another. But we beat Koga, so now we can actually do Saffron City shenanigans. So let's take care of that. I don't know why I went inside. I know that right around this point is when the average fights are gonna start getting to the 40s. Or at least the important fights, I mean. They start getting into the 40s range, so that's gonna be fun. Okay, so, story time. When I played Pokemon Yellow, Sylph Co was the final boss of dungeon exploration for me, because I hated this place as a kid. I was one of those kids that got lost when trying to explore this area because of the many floors and the many paths you can take and like the warps and such. It was not fun for me growing up. I was able to get through it eventually, it just was a process and a half to do that. I think this floor has what I need. Because, an easy way to do, like, this self-code is to just, go here and grab the item on the right side here. And then you can just start opening every door from the first floor upward and work your way up like that. So you can grab all the items and fight all the trainers. I low-key kind of skipped Silph-Co. I wish I could have done that myself, but I persevered through that. Oh, that didn't actually KO. Oops. I stayed stalked at the main light goes from. Stuck. I think I actually did get stuck at Pokemon Tower as well. Like, when I first started playing the game, I didn't actually know you were supposed to fight Giovanni before fighting the Marowak Ghost, so I was just kind of stuck there for a while thinking about what I was supposed to do next, and I just kind of wandered around for a bit. And I think I ran into the hideout on accident. Like, it wasn't even something I voluntarily figured out after all. I just ran into it on accident and completed it. And then after some more time, I eventually went back to Pokemon Tower, and then that's when I found I could actually continue somehow. It didn't take me until maybe a couple of other playthroughs later when I started understanding that I needed to do Giovanni's hideout first. I was 4 and 5 and I didn't know how to read. I had someone else help me out to get the goggles. I think I was able to read Pokemon Yellow just fine. Even when I was that young. Then again, I was always like the attentive type of person, so I didn't let details like understanding how to read certain things slip through me. I got the key though, so now we can actually start getting to places. Not being able to read while playing Pokemon must be a hell of an experience. I could only read a select few words as a kid. Gotta at least read what moves do damage. Yeah, well, then again, Kid Me didn't really know the specifics of things like, damage and such. I just kind of, I use its attack, and then if it does something, it does something. Like, I would get rid of moves that I think didn't do anything, so I was literally one of those kids that never used buff moves. Or, I never used buffs and I never used nerfs, I always just did damage, and I ended up winning somehow. It was a strategy for sure, but it was one that worked. Yeah, I don't know how it is guessing you memorize the location of the attacks that did damage. I like the feeling of playing a game that I had figured out what the move was. That was the same for me too. It's kind of why I don't really read too much into things when I start playing games I haven't tried before. No one used buff moves as a kid. Damage equals good, no damage equals bad. I mean, you're right about that. It's so funny, I would see kids doing the online PvPs and they would still go with the mentality of just use damaging moves to win. Oh, you did not need that crit, that was rude. I still use the mentality today. Kid I couldn't read, but it was like I can sound down pronounce words type read. I think you would kind of relate to my dad in that case, because when he was growing up, he also had that type of mentality with how he studied things. I didn't understand the power of Swords Dance. That shit cracks a Gen 7 Mimikyu pre-disguised nerf. Yeah. I wish I had known about Swords Dance as well, because would have made using Charizard in my Pokemon Yellow playthrough a lot more interesting. Couldn't read as a kid like a full sentence. Don't not put it together as a sentence as a whole. Basically, it was like head be large. I can read those words, but not connect them. Ah, okay. I think one of my sisters had struggled with that type of thing at one point, but when you have a brother that basically just does your homework for you, you don't really think about the details, and that's kind of what my sister did with me when I was still like in elementary and onward. So the words are separate, and I don't understand it. Okay. A clue if anyone else thought this as a kid, but I for some reason thought special attack and special defense apply to attacks that were super effective rather than it being different type of normal attack. I think I eventually figured out that special attack and defense was a separate thing. Then again, as a kid, I didn't know what special was as a concept. I just thought it was like something non-specific to like the Pokemon. Like, I didn't actually read up the stats and such. I just went into the game, grabbed the yellow mouse, and just threw it out there and picked moves until I won. I didn't think about things like that. Yeah, I thought special attack and special defense were the same as attack and defense. I think in like a few playthroughs later, I would eventually start figuring things out like that. But I'm just gonna go on a whim and assume my mentality was like that same mentality back then. Mainly just use type advantage, so I didn't know much about stat spreads as a kid. That's what I did too. I did eventually pick up on what moves were effective and not effective. So I just used those because my mind thought those moves did more damage on this guy, so I'll just do that. I'm sure my experience as a kid would be very different if I had played something like Gen 3 for the first time at that age. I just used brute force, didn't really know much about the typing aside from the classic Farm Water Grass. More or less the same for me. When I fought Lance, I was dumbfounded at trying to figure out how I could deal good damage to Dragonite, because you don't run into a Dragon type Pokemon in Pokemon Yellow all the way till Lance himself. And I'm not gonna lie, I got stuck on the Elite Four so many times as a kid. Never got that far. As far as I got was third gym as a kid. Oh, that's a shame. I think I was just stubborn, so eventually I did get through a lot of the problems that kept giving me issues. Any ice move does, really. I didn't actually know the concept of ice attacks all that well, so I just assumed, like, none of my attacks were doing that much to Dragonite, but I had to keep trying anyways. And somehow I eventually won out in the end. Would say I think I did give. I might have given my Watermon Ice Beam at some point because I got it from the kid at the vending machine. So I thought, yeah, I might as well use that. When I say the third gym, I beat every gym except the third gym because I didn't know the whole stupid trash can thing. Even as a kid, I hated that. In some ways, I still dislike it. Like, if I had to give a retrospective, Let's Go at least made the trash can interesting. I think. It's been ages since I've seen someone play Let's Go. I know that, at least for Heart Gold Soul Silver, the trash can puzzle was just more of a display rather than something you actually had to do. So that was interesting. So I beat all the gyms, but I couldn't get to the Elite Four because I needed to be at all the gyms. I wonder how long it took for you to eventually beat it directly. I don't want to do more. Probably more slap, to be honest. Or it's just serve. Although when I got Yellow as a kid, I did get to beat all the gyms and caught all the legendary birds, including Moltres. I was like 6 at the time, felt so proud. Here's a funny story. When I got the Master Ball from the guy, or from the president, I kind of forgot that I had the Master Ball after a long time. So when I got to Mewtwo, I saw that none of my balls were actually landing on him because Yellow did that weird thing where if you threw your ball, it'll just bounce back and say it didn't affect the Mon. So I just thought none of my balls were working, what do I do? And then I saw that I had a Master Ball, so I just threw that, and that's how I got Mewtwo on my first attempt of fighting him as a kid. And then I went back, and then I fought the Elite Four again, and then I sweeped them with Mewtwo, and it was awesome. It wouldn't take me till several playthroughs later before I understood what Master Ball even did. I just knew it was the ball that caught that one thing that I fought, and that was it. I was that one kid where I fought the birds and I only caught one but KO'd the others because I didn't realize that they didn't come back after you fight them the first time, so I only caught one and just killed off the others and then moved on. Wait. The one I got Yellow's kid. Well, like, think it was like 6 at the time, felt so proud, and before I was about to face off at the E4, my yellow game got stolen. Oh, that sucks, man. Now, I do wonder how it got stolen, but it sucks that it even happened at all. I know when I was growing up, I lose a lot of the games I had over the years due to mostly just because I was moving around a lot. Oh, it's gonna be this kind of game, huh? Right then. I left my backpack outside during recess, and then I came back to get it 10 minutes later, and my Game Boy, Brothers, DS, and any games I had were stolen. So pissed. Yeah, I always, try to keep my stuff to myself when I was a kid, because I figured, like, I didn't want anyone touching it, so I always kept it to myself. But I'm sorry it happened to you back then, because that's terrible. The only game I had that wasn't stolen was Pokemon Sapphire. In a tiny pocket. The person who stole it didn't bother to look in. So I always hated Sapphire as a kid. That sucks. Yeah, I know I've thoroughly had my bad experiences with kids growing up in like elementary and such, so I get the frustrations. Why didn't you get stolen with the others? That's stupid. Yeah. And of course I'm paralyzed. Oh, I guess in the, to give like more lore, um, when I was growing up from elementary all the way to high school and such, I have played Pokemon Yellow. I did not play Gen 2 as a kid because my parents never bought that. It stuck for me, but like, that's how it was. I think I was around the age when Gen 2 came out, but my parents, my mom in particular, she bought Pokemon Yellow instead of Pokemon Gen 2, so that was the situation I was in. So, she bought me Pokemon Yellow. I skipped Gen 2 for that reason. From this point, I think like almost every game was a hand-me-down to my uncle because he was the one that was keeping up with Pokemon games as a teenager, and he felt generous enough to give it to me as a hand-me-down. So I got Pokemon Fire Red as a gift from my parents. I know it's funny because like the 2 times they get me a Pokemon game, it's Gen 1. I got Pokemon Ruby as a gift from my uncle because right around that time, that's when Gen 4 came out, and my uncle wanted to give me one of his GBA games as a loan or a hand-me-down. So I got those. I got Pokemon Emerald sometime after I got Pokemon Ruby. And I had Fire Red and Emerald and then Pearl. I low-key didn't even know Pokemon Gold and Silver were seeing. I just know when I saw the Gen 2 Pokemon in the Mystery Dungeon games, I was surprised seeing new Pokemon I hadn't seen before. That was kind of like me when I played Red Rescue Team. That's what it's called. That was pretty much my reaction when I saw them in Red Rescue Team. Like, I saw Slugma in Pokemon Ruby, and I thought it was such a weird looking Gen 3 Pokemon. Or it was such a weird looking new Mon they added. Like, my mentality at the time was that every Mon that showed up in Ruby and Emerald that were not already in Pokemon Yellow were new stuff from that game. So I thought Slugma was a Gen 3 Pokemon for a good while. I wouldn't have known about Gen 2 until all the way into the DS era, but we'll get to that soonish. So my parents got me a DS. It was not like like one of those old DS versions, it was a skinny one. So they got me that. Johtomons were weird in their own game anyways, as were hardly attainable in their base gen. Yeah, if I had known about that much later, then that would have been funny to me in retrospect. DS Lite, the cooler DS. Yeah, it was, man. It was a black one. It was slick. It was awesome. I loved it. I was one of those kids that was terrible with taking care of the screen, so the snap eventually did break off, so I did have one of those floppy screens, but it still worked for a long time. Like, I would not have known Phanpy if not for the anime. That shit was like nowhere in the game. You have trainer teams. I think most of the guys are great. I will say though, in between getting a DS and getting Pokemon Fire Red, I didn't get to play Pokemon Coliseum, but when I got a GameCube at around the age of 8 to 9, and sometime after that point, my uncle would loan me games on that too. And two games in particular that he loaned was Super Smash Bros. Melee and Pokemon XD. Like, when I say he loaned it to me, he didn't even have the cases for those games. He just handed me the disc. So that was it. That's how I got them. Pokemon XD was in a case, but Smash Melee was not in a case, so I had to keep Smash Melee somewhere else. But that's how I discovered Pokemon XD as a kid and realized how good Pokemon looked in 3D models. I thought it was like the most coolest shit you could ever see. It was that great. Never had Pokemon Coliseum. I do have the game now, PAL version of Coliseum though. Ah, okay. Let's head up a floor. Wait, where am I? What's my team looking like? I didn't even know the game people to sing as a kid, to be honest. The GameCube was the first home console I ever got as a kid. My sister, my older sister, she got a 64 as her first one, but I got the... No, she got to play! She got to play the Nintendo 64 as a kid, so that was her first console experience. Mine was GameCube. And the first 3 games I ever got for the GameCube will always be Resident Evil 4, Mario Sunshine, and Pac-Man World 2. Those were the 3 games I got growing up. The first ever console games I ever got. And like, this is something I always say when people made up the argument of like, oh, you can't play horror games as Leon or something like that because if Leon is always a badass, then the game can never be horror. But as a kid, I was scared shitless about Resident Evil 4. Like that was like one of the biggest hurdles I had to get over as a kid when I was playing that game. It was a weird case of me being so scared of it, but at the same time, I was so curious and determined to beat that game that I eventually did go through it in the end. So like, when I was with my big sister and my cousin, we started up Resident Evil 4 for the first time. My sister was the one playing, and we got to we got to the house with the guy in it at the start of the game before my sister freaked out and started crying and ran off because she thought it was too scary when he started attacking Leon. And to be honest, it was like that for me too. Oh man. I didn't know about the GameCube till I was 9. I played on the N64 because my daycare has the N64. It had like 3 or 4 games on it. That's pretty awesome that the daycare even has something like that. I never went to a daycare as a kid. My parents were always adamant in wanting to raise me myself. So, or rather, I say that, but like they did dump me with my grandparents every now and then. But the times where they didn't, it was my grandparents that took care of me. Then it was my family. One was a tank game, and another was Smash Bros. Getting to play Smash 64 in the daycare must have been the experience of all time. I was easily scared shitless as a kid too. Yeah, I was always the biggest pansy growing up, but that's a tale for another time. Girl, they already made horror games playing as Leon. I don't know, like, Capcom's comment about how they couldn't make Leon the main character of Resident Evil 9 because they felt that it wouldn't become a horror game at that point feels so disjointed when I have to consider all the horror games that he was in, where, like, it's not the character that makes the game scary, it's the experience is gonna come from the person playing the game. That's usually just how it is, because for all intents and purposes, as a kid, I was scared of playing RE4. And as an adult now, I respect a lot of what the game does. Seemed like it works sort of well, if not one of the most acclaimed games ever. It's kind of funny looking back at like Resident Evil 4 early concepts and such, and realizing just how much was changed about the game, and yet despite that, it became one of the most critically acclaimed games of all time. So much so that people still talk about it to this day. Played a Resident Evil game on the iPod Touch in like 2010. iPods. Hearing the word iPod in the year 2025, that is something I never thought I would hear again. Nobody that wasn't a grown-ass adult is gonna know what an iPod is at this point in my life. Let alone something as basic as an MP3 player. Not even like one of those ones that was digital, yeah, like a literal one. The literal MP3 players that had the CD on it, that had the CD covers on it too. YMCA we had, it was after Element. Smash Bros was awesome because we had like a full player party. That must have been a great experience. I wish I had seen that. There's a valid reason for not wanting to milk the use of a character too much, but that reason is dumb. It really is, man. I really wish they had come up with something different. But instead, we got stuck with a controversy for a good couple of weeks. I go up another layer. Only problem was the characters on Smash Bros. Kept getting reset like every week. Oh, that sucks. I like to say a part of that could have just been because they didn't have a memory reader for the game. So we had to play the single player campaign to get the characters again. I feel like at a certain point, you kids eventually started speedrunning the game just to get all the characters. Well, I'm gonna be good. 3 hours. I could keep going. Usually I just stop around 4 or so we got time. I'll probably clear Stealth Co by the time the stream has to end, so that'll be nice. But we had to play the single player campaign. The 4th and 5th graders said it was the kindergartners' fault for resetting it because they didn't know how to read. I remember I accidentally reset it once. Oh no! Oh man, that must have been an awesome way to troll the kids though. I think when my sister first played the Nintendo 64, I think the game she played was Donkey Kong 64 and Mario Kart. I think those were it. I have to ask her again, but I'm pretty sure she's not gonna remember much. But I think back then she told me those were the games she played. Not even a troll, I just accidentally hit the reset, like playing the different games. Alright, so she's finally getting up and moving. Eventually, probably like before we fight Gary, might be around the same level as the other party members. Donkey Kong Country 2, Fire Red, Mario Bros. 3, Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past, some Yu-Gi-Oh games, Finding Nemo, and one other game I played as a kid on my Game Boy. GBA it was, DSP. Okay, so it's so weird how Kid Me never got the original version of a device. or a handheld device until way into the 3DS lifespan. Cause when I got the Game Boy, it was the Game Boy Color. When I got a GBA, it was the SP version. When I got the DS, it was the Slim version. And so when I got the 3DS, that was I think the only time in which I ever got a new the original version of the thing. But even then, my first 3DS was a 3DS XL. It was not the original small version. My parents got me the XL because they thought bigger means better. And to be honest, I would not want the little one even if I had the money for it, because I would not enjoy playing the little one. You got the 2DS. Regular. Yeah. Oh. Get out of here, Rixie. I gotta go and change. I gotta go and change Toyohimi's name so I actually give her the funny name that I was gonna give her. I had to buy my games and consoles at the age when the 3DS came out. Ah, man. I think, the only time I ever got to buy games for myself was when I started working at the movie theater once. But every single game I ever got was decided by my parents. Well, Flores. Okay. We're gonna go and change your name because it's gonna bother me that I haven't already done that. 3DS XL was good, but the old model was kind of rough in some areas. 3DFX seemed to be blurrier than the XL, and the D-pad, circle pads were worse. 3DS effect hurts my eyes so bad. I can understand why the original 3DS was rough, because it is just the first model. They were still trying to figure out every single detail about the design. So when the new versions came out, that's when it started becoming better. I also understand that like the 3DS was kind of struggling as a sellable device, and it wasn't until they lowered the price of it down, as well as some of the games with Nintendo Selects, to get people to actually buy it. When I run the 3DS effects, I would always keep it on the low settings so I don't hurt my eyes with it. And I think the low settings work well enough as it is. When I think for the most part I did run 3D FX on most of the games. Sometimes I would forget to turn it on, and sometimes I wouldn't be bothered by it. Let's go fly over to a town and so I can name the person. Yeah, when I was a kid, that's why I mostly got movie licensed games, because my parents picked out games based off movies they recognized, like Finding Nemo and SpongeBob. Okay, so fact. When I was growing up, these were the licensed games that I got. It was for the Game Boy, one of the games I got was The Jungle Book and Monsters Inc. Those were the two licensed games I got from the Game Boy era. There might have been others, but those were the two I distinctly remember. And of those two games, I actually did beat. I was able to beat both as a kid at some point. On the GameCube, I had almost gotten one licensed game, and it was an Ed, and Eddie game. But when my parents were picking out the games with me, that was a game I asked for, and my dad was like, I don't know if this game is right for you. Why don't you pick up this one instead? And the game he picked to replace the Ed, and Eddie one was Sonic Riders. And I said, alright then. And so, like, I got home and I played Sonic Riders, and I had, like, the best experience of my life playing that game. Sometime around that time, I think I also got like the Sonic Mega Collection, and that was awesome too. But that's going off topic. As far as other licensed games go, I don't think I really got that many. I may have gone like a Nickelodeon themed licensed game on the GameCube, but I don't quite remember what it's called. I did have a SpongeBob game on the Game Boy Advance though. I just don't remember what that one was called either. I had Tag with the Power Junior games too. I had Tag 2. If Tag had a sequel game, I think I had that one growing up. Okay, here we go. Now let's give you the name I want to give you. Perfect. Perfect name. For the perfect water earth type. This was impressive before the Switch. I like that game because it was the closest to having guns. I think I heard OG Riders was good. I think I heard it was the Connect one or the other sequels that was kind of it. Yeah, OG Riders was great. Like if it in terms of like how it feels and how it plays, OG Riders was on par with Mario Kart Double Dash in terms of replayability and competitive utility of the game. Because I put a lot of time in Sonic Riders, almost as much as I put into Mario Kart Double Dash as a kid. So that was like a wake up experience for me. I had this Nickelodeon game on my PS2. It might have been Nicktoons Unite, but it could have been something else. I have to search it up. It's gonna bother me that I don't know this. It was a single player game, Nickelodeon multiverse game. I think what you're describing might be the game I had growing up. I don't remember if I had it for GameCube or it was for PS2, because right around when I was 10, 9 to 10, yeah, I'll take it. Right around when I was 10, I got a Christmas gift from my aunt, and my aunt's the best. Like she's the best person. I won't get into too many details, but I'll just say that of the people who took care of me as a kid, she was the one that also invested a lot of time in making sure I ate well, making sure I slept well, making sure I got to school on time. She was great. She didn't have kids at the time, but I'm pretty sure she would have made a great parent. She does now though, and I think I'm seeing like her daughter's growing up so well, so like she's doing her best no matter what. I got the PS2 as a Christmas gift from her. And just like with the GameCube, it came with 3 games that I will always remember no matter what. It was one of them was Jack and Daxter, the first game. One was Ratchet and Clank Up Your Arsenal, and the last one was Dark Cloud. And I played all of them, but the ones that I liked the most was, oddly enough, Dark Cloud of all things. I never actually got to play the first 2 Ratchet and Clank games. It was always Ratchet and Clank Up Your Arsenal, and oddly enough, when I got a PSP from my parents, one of the games I got was Ratchet and Clank Size Matters, so that was the second game I got to play from that franchise. Let me see here. Any Phantom. Yeah, but when I got the PS2, one of the games on it was, I think, the Nicktoons game. Ratchet and Clank, I had Deadlocked, I had like maybe 4 or 5 games on my PS2. Spyro, A New Beginning, Nickelodeon, Unite, Sly Cooper 3, Ratchet and Clank. Okay, so at some point, my uncle gave me all of his PS2 games that he had collected over the years, and one of them was actually Sly Cooper 3. I never got to play Sly 2, and I never got to play Sly 1, but I did play Sly 3 a lot as a kid. I don't think I had Spyro A New Beginning, but I might have played it at one point in my lifetime. I just don't remember where and when. It really was. Like, I wish I could play it again if I could. Trying to think of what other absurd games I played on PS2. One of the games I played, it would be my first Metal Gear game. And oddly enough, it was Metal Gear Solid Training Simulator. Or like, I think it was called Stealth Mission or something like that. Like, my first Metal Gear game wasn't technically an actual Metal Gear game. And in case anyone want to ask, I never actually finished that. Oh man, Guitar Hero. Okay, my big sister loves Guitar Hero 3. She loved it so much that she played that all the time when we got it. She was one of those people who actually learned how to play Guitar Hero with the actual guitar accessory. And part of why she loved Guitar Hero 3 was because all the music that was there was something that she loved hearing. Every 2000s kid had an MF Guitar Hero setup. It's a rule, except me somehow. I really hate that Guitar Hero in some areas. I hate how it died out. I really hate that, like. Part of it just because, like, I know the new music isn't the greatest thing in the world, but, like, it sucks that that it just kind of died out around the PS3 era. Guitar plays with Dunk Funkin', we lost them. Really did, man. A legacy had died out that day. I thought Just Dance played. Just Dance was in its prime right around when Guitar Hero came out. But I don't think, like, Just Dance ever truly replaced it. Because, I don't think it ever truly replaced it, because, Just Dance is a very different gameplay system compared to Guitar Hero, so I don't think it ever really could replace it if it wanted to. Pretty sure there's still a community that mods newer songs into Guitar Hero. Someone modded Megalomania into Guitar Hero 3. That should tell you all you need to know. Just Dance is still kicking even though its peak seemed to be around the Wii. Because the Wii was peak. It really was. That time period was just great. When here's a little detail, like, every time a Just Dance game comes out, it always gets it gets released for every modern system at the time. And then we'll also have copies available for the Wii. And the reason why Just Dance still does this is because hospitals actually benefit from having it, because hospital doctors will buy the new Just Dance game and then they'll put it into their Wii system that they have, so the elderly can keep their exercise going with Just Dance. I like Guitar Hero, but it was pretty much like that for me too. I never learned how to play the guitar accessory. I always did my stuff on controller because I felt like that was just more comfortable for me. I got a Wii in 2007 or 2008. I don't remember what age I got my Wii, but the first Wii I ever got as a kid, it was the special Mario Edition Wii. So it was the red one. It had the GameCube plug-in, so I could connect my GameCube controller to it. It had Mario Bros. Wii, and it had Mario Sports as the attachments to it. And I even got the I still have my red Wii remote and nunchuck somewhere. I think of the games I played on the Wii, I did play some of the GameCube stuff, but the more interesting games I played was... I spent way too much time playing Smash Brawl. Like, I liked Melee, and in some ways I liked the newer Smash games, but I spent more time playing Smash Bros. Brawl than I did anything else on the Wii. I feel like I invested more time into that than any other game. Which is kind of funny considering that's usually the game people hate. I played a weird shmup on the Wii called Heavenly Garden. I feel like I've heard of that somewhere. Looked it up and like the 15 people in it. I feel like I played my own level of absurd games too, but I don't remember what they are anymore. I was actually one of those kids growing up that had like... I had those bootleg Game Boy games that had like 50 games in one Game Boy type of deal. In fact, I still have that cartridge of the 50 games in one somewhere in my room. I just have to go find it. One boss legit took me over a year of on and off practice to beat. No Souls boss comes even close to that. Alright, well really quick, I want to show you exactly what type of experience I had with that bootleg thing. Because, I will tell people that I did indeed play Super Mario Land, but my experience of Super Mario Land is very different from other people's experience. Let me see if I could search up a YouTube video of it on my phone, and I'll put it on stream for a bit, just so you have an idea of what I actually saw as a kid, because it is like the experience of all time. Yeah. Super Mario Land, that was the game I played. Or at least the idea of the game that I played, because it wasn't the actual game. Other games that were on like that weird bootleg thing was... It was some Tom and Jerry game on the Game Boy, and it was I another game. I don't remember what it was. I don't even remember what it was based off of, but most of the bootleg stuff I couldn't get past. It was impossible. Actually, come to think of it, I don't even know how I was able to access most of those games, because I don't remember what the layout of the menu was. All I know is that when I put it in, I chose the game and I played it. We're getting... Alright. Thanks for being here, man. Pulled an all-nighter and... Well, thanks for being here, man. It's been, like, a long time since I've talked to you, but it's been great talking to you again. Feel free to stop by the streams anytime you want. You're always welcome. I stream every Wednesday. I could try doing more days, but it just seems like Wednesday is the perfect time for me, so I just been doing it Wednesdays. My sleeping schedule is messed up. I get it, man. I have to work night shifts, and my sleep schedule is just all over the place at this point. I like to hop in and hop out. That's understandable. Okay, I found the video I was looking for, so I'll play it as soon as I get to a nice place where I can heal up. But take care, man. Hope everything goes well for you. I don't remember where I can go to heal. Alright, so... PK, how much do you remember or know about Super Mario Land, if you've ever played it for yourself? Because if you know enough about it, then you might actually start noticing oddities with the version of the game I played. I played and beat both of them. Okay, so let me just stop here really quick with the ROM, and then I'll show you what exactly I had to experience as a kid growing up. I will say though, when I was a kid, I never beat the game. Like, I never beat this version of Mario Land. It wasn't because it was harder. It wasn't because like the bootleg was bad and it made sure I couldn't beat it. No, I just sucked at that game as a kid. Mario Land 1 was weird as F, but that shit was like 30 minutes long. I eventually did beat it way later on in life, but I just didn't beat it as a kid. I didn't play Mario Land 1 until a few years ago. Alright, so let me go ahead and get it out. We're gonna go ahead and go to... Stop. Open up. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and go all the way to back so I can get this set up. Okay, so go here, type in okay, yeah, this is the version. Yeah. Let me just make sure that the audio is correct. Okay, so pop this up. I'm gonna lower the volume a little bit on my side. I don't know if it's gonna sound loud on yours. I'm sorry if it does. Okay, so Um, I hope you're ready for this, man, cause it's gonna be a hell of an experience for you. So let me just go to intermission. Okay, now let's get the video up and Atom. So this is this is Super Pika Land, one of the games that was on the 50 plus games bootleg copy for the Game Boy Advance that I just had on me. I think this was like the top choice on the list, so that was always the first one I went to when I used the Game Boy game. And the only reason I had it was because my mom was the type of person who looked at it and was like, "Yeah, I think my son is gonna like having all these games on one cartridge." So she got it for me, and that's how I ended up with it. Sounds like some shit that would be in a JonTron Pokemon bootleg video. Let's go ahead and watch a bit of this so you have an idea of what kind of cracked experience I had with this game. This was my first experience of Mario Land, and you're about to see it too. Let's hope the volume is correct for this. I don't know, man. You tell me. Sonic Adventure 7 implies there's like Sonic Adventure 3 through like 6 that we somehow missed out on. Yeah, take it. Yup, Sonic Adventure 7 was a Game Boy ROM hack or something that was actually mentioned in that JonTron video. Oh man. It is the same layout and everything with the Pikachu skin. So, it technically isn't just a Pikachu skin. Every single enemy and item in the game is replaced with something from Pokemon Yellow. And some areas, and maybe like Pokemon Gen 2 and some others. But it pretty much is just Mario Land, but with Pikachu stuff. Since I never got to like the final level of the game, I never actually noticed just how cracked the last area gets in terms of the skin stuff. Cause like, I guess you can sort of hypothetically excuse certain designs of the enemies and such, but by the time you get to the last level, it gets very absurd. If I remember what that Tom and Jerry game was, I would like put it on stream too, because that's like another experience of all time that I never got to beat because the boss that I fought was super annoying to beat. Like, I couldn't get past it as a kid. As for the other third bootleg game, I just straight up don't remember what it is at all. And unless like I get to some weird ass moment in my Twitter lifespan where someone just randomly puts it in like someone puts it in like a random Twitter thread or post. For all intents and purposes, that game may as well be lost media. I love lost media video games. I appreciate the novelty of making sure that the Egyptian ruins area has like um unknown aspects to it, like the Pokemon Unknown. I take it the gameplay is the same though. Yeah, it's the same game, just with Pikachu aesthetics. I have no idea what the game I can't think about was based off of, but I'm pretty sure it's like a skinned version of another game from the Game Boy era. Like, I have to say, the person who skinned all these stuff had to have a basic understanding of Pokemon to choose what enemy gets replaced by what Pokemon skin. Bro sucks at this game. How did he get hit there? Bro can't be a speedrunner. I think the bosses are unchanged. No. I like to say the bosses are mostly unchanged, but that can't be the case. That had to be something from a different game. It's red! I hate it when my red turns into a Jigglypuff. Alright, but I think you get the idea. I don't want to sit here for the whole 30 minutes. But it just gets more and more, like, absurd as you get further into this. I remember, like, it's a seahorse boss. It's, it's literally the game of who's that Pokemon, and you show, like, the silhouette of red, and then it's revealed to just be the head of a Jigglypuff. But I remember like the Seahorse boss being replaced with Kingdra of all things. And like the water enemies are also replaced with like water type Pokemon. That it was a decision, alright. Oh man. But this is the video of all time. We're almost reaching 4 minutes, so I think we'll stop with the Toemon for now. And because I sort of want to do this, and since I have YouTube up, I'll put up one more DSP video for just to cap it off. Cause we did show off his explanation, but I did want to show like another gameplay scene because I want to see what he's feeling at this time. So then give me a moment to search that up. I think after this, I have to get on Power World with someone because wait, no. Wait, I can't do this because DSP told me I can't. He's gonna file a cease and desist on me if I show his content on my stream. So sorry, PK. We're gonna have to stop for now. My bad. Gonna get sued. man. All right. Here we'll do more Mark
Now come on.
because you know he totally said he was gonna stop playing. He was gonna stop playing Mario Kart World after he bashing on it so much. So like, I'm sure like this video was about something else entirely. All right, let's watch it.
I can't play if you keep comboing me. This is so stupid. I was in first. A random thing hits me. Okay, now get comboed. Now you're in 15th. I didn't do anything. You idiotic game. Stop putting me to the end from the first to the end because you're so dumb. I was in the top 16. You don't know what the you're talking about, you stupid game. I totally was, and you saw it too. I was in the top 16. They passed me as I was going through the finish line, but I already qualified, and then it says didn't because the online play is stupid and terrible. So, bullshit, kiss my fucking ass. What the hell? Come on, I went around the banana, it still hit me. Yeah, see what I mean with the netcode's terrible. Done. This game. No, I mean it. This game is ass. Get hit. Fuck you, Nintendo. You don't know how to make a fun online game. This is ass.
I'm glad he's consistent with what he believes of Mario Kart World to be like.
Oh no! So I drove into him, which was good, but then it actually knocked me off the track, which obviously was bad. Wow, I can't do anything. Do you see what happened? It happened the second time. They all pushed me off the track. So I'm eliminated. Yep, I'm done. I can't even catch up.
Nothing I can do at all.
And I see what happened there. My slide didn't work. I was power sliding, but it didn't power slide enough, and I still went off the road, and I don't know how that even happened.
You know, now that I'm looking at this, I'm done. It's another gotcha catchphrase. If I had $1 for every time I've heard the exact same quotes he's been saying throughout all these years, I'm pretty sure I would at least be more rich than DSP is. That's for sure. With one of the stores nearby, I think it's Walmart. They're gonna have a restock of Nintendo Switch 2s around Friday or so. So I'm gonna see if I can pick one up around that time because I do have the money to buy it. It's just that I never had the opportunity to get it, so I'm hoping I can get it around that time because I want to play Donkey Kong Bonanza when it comes out, so I have something to show my nephews while I'm doing it because they love Mario stuff and they love DK. So I think they would like it.
Oh? Okay. If you say so. Great. As soon as I get an item, get it taken from me. I'm done. As you can see, this is not my style. This slow-ass thing is not my style. It's too slow. Takes too long to get any kind of fucking acceleration at all. I hate it. So I'm not using this no more.
We need someone to pick another character, though. Who's going to pick the next character? We need a $10 contribution. No one's done it yet.
So you see how this is way more my style than the cow?
He's really just gatekeeping. He's really just gatekeeping. Choosing a character from choosing another character for future runs until somebody pays him $10 for it. Oh man. Like I said, I wish I could barter people into giving me money by just refusing to play an aspect of the game until someone does it. I wish I could do that. That'd be my dream. But instead, I'm here actually trying to commit and put effort into the stuff I do. And, like, what gives, man? I wish I could get paid by people to just pick a character in a video game. Man.
$10 contribution. No one's done it yet.
So you see how this is way more my style than the cow? This cart is definitely my style. What the hell? Yo, what is that? What is this? Why was there a crazy truck? I've never even seen that before. A stupid zebra! Oh my lord, I was doing so good. A zebra hits me. What? I hit the car. It didn't even stop it. Oh, come on. Enough with the traffic. I can't race it. This shit is in my face constantly. Oh my god. I was doing so well. I was catching up. And now here we go. The endless combo of stuff you can't stop at all. Just get completely destroyed. I'm not sure what the feather does. It jumps? Now, come on. I can't play if you keep comboing me. This is so stupid. I was in first. A random thing hits me. Okay. Now get combo. Now you're in 15. I didn't do anything. You fucking idiotic game. Stop putting me to the end from the first to the end. Because you're so dumb. Jeez. Fucking dumb shit. What hit me? There was nothing there. How did I not get that one? Are you kidding? I drove directly into the one on the side and didn't give it to me. Great. Stupid railing. Come on. That was insane luck that he power slid in front of me like that and grabbed the item. I was about to use it. Are you kidding me? I was totally...
Hey, PK, do you think I could get away with... You think I can get popular if I do something like this? Just purposely fail at the games I play so people can laugh at my failures and then they will in turn keep watching my content because I'm making a bunch of mistakes. Probably not. DSB already cornered that market. Rone's got the whole market to himself. No wonder he has no competition. He can't be unless you bring something new to the table with your rage. I don't know what I could bring with my rage that would pioneer the rage quitting department. I gotta think about that one.
about to use it.
I got robbed completely.
We're 35
Like do Boogie 2988 and take a pick a Francis character.
bucks of support. Half an hour into the stream. Let's get some more. We need someone to pick the next character after the cactus. And remember, if you do 20 bucks, you can actually pick the cart too. Okay?
Wait, so it's not just the $10 for a character. You have to pay $20 so you can choose the character and the cart. Man, my career decisions have been misplaced the whole time. I should have been doing this instead. That's where the money's at.
Not giving me any power-ups. Nothing I can do. Combo. Can't stop it. Endless combo.
Of course, he charges extra for
This is the problem
everything.
with having too many racers. Really, that's exactly what it is. There's too many racers. So you're always going to have someone who has the ultimate item. So if you literally take one hit, you're to the back.
Like, well, what did I do wrong? Nothing.
You just got comboed 7 times in a row. I don't know what hit me, and now I can't power slide. Wow, that's awful. Sure. Huh? I was in the top 16. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, you stupid game. I totally was, and you saw it too. I was in the top 16. They passed me as I was going through the finish line, but I already had qualified, and then it says it didn't because the online play is stupid and terrible. So, bullshit, kiss my fucking ass. No, from what I'm to understand, this game does not have a big pool of competition. Most players have completely fallen off and aren't playing the game anymore. So, which is exactly what I said would happen, and that's exactly what's happened. No one's playing it competitively because there's no reason to, because there's nothing to do competitively. Like, you get nothing for being good. There's no league, there's no stats, there's nothing, so why would you give a shit, right? That's exactly what I said when it came out. I said, why is there no ranking system? Every other game with online play has ranking system, not this one.
You know, he's asking a lot of very deep and big questions. Questions that in any other situation I think would actually be something viable, I guess. But I feel like there's a design choice with this game that I don't think he's understanding. But I think he hasn't quite figured that out yet, if you get what I'm saying. I will say though, like what he's saying right now is sort of what like the Sweats say when they played Mario Kart games, and like some of what he said about like the competitive aspects of World does indeed apply to some people who are very sweaty about Mario Kart. DSP is exclusively asking this because he's losing, not because he is thinking in depth about the online meta. Yeah, pretty much. And it's not like there isn't an online meta for Mario Kart because it does have aspects like stats and such, which some people are getting annoyed about because when you have a race where everyone plays the exact same character and vehicle loadout, then it's like a case of, alright, well, what are we doing here? It's like when Smash Bros. Releases a new character, like, in Smash Wii U, it was Cloud and Bayonetta, and in Smash Ultimate, it was Steve and it was Joker initially, but then it became Steve, and then it became. I'm not gonna say Sephiroth. I think Sephiroth was niche enough, but Steve and Kazuya might have been like the top dogs to the point where like everyone kept picking them because. Well, I mean, early on it was because they were new characters, but later on everyone kept picking them because those characters ruled the meta. So they had to keep choosing the characters that were part of that meta. Like when Wii U's case, it was so bad that when one of the last tournaments the Wii U had before the internet shutdown happened, it was a matchup between two professional players, and they were both playing. They were both playing Bayonetta, and no one wanted to watch them play it because every single person that was playing that competitive tournament was running Bayonetta. So like, the two guys purposely stalled the match until the one of the referees had to come in and say, if you don't start playing right now, you're both gonna get disqualified. So they actually eventually had to start playing, despite what everyone's protesting against. Um, I hope they keep fucking with the stats so YouTubers can't make a card appear in 90% of players' builds. Yeah, that'd be funny. This is common with anything, though, to be fair, at least the first day a new character releases. Yeah, that's why I had to revise my statement, because it is like that for it was like that for every DLC character that gets released. It's just that when after some time that character usually starts getting less views because people eventually go back to their initial characters they like using. But when you have situations like Bayonetta or Steve, more people end up choosing them because they're the top meta of the time, and like um, it's like the right decision if you want to win every match. Uh, Grand Blue had the same seeing the fighting game. I stopped mostly playing Smash 4 online by the time Bayo drops. I didn't experience all that much. Heard it was bad, but yeah, anything after a week reverts to meta or people choosing their personal lanes. Pretty much. Um, I still think that like of all the entirety of Smash's meta, Ultimate might be the most balanced because I feel like no matter what character you pick, there is no objectively bad one. And while you could argue there's objectively good ones, I think like the gap between the mid to the good is so distinct that you could run anyone and you'll get a consistent number of wins, unlike the prior games. So I think that's a nice thing that they developed over time.
Wow, just wrecked every possible moment. Dude, what is happening?
I agree. People complain about Steve Arm. Players generally. Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, what? I lost a... Wow, I lost a mushroom inexplicably. I can't drive. What do you want me to do? Look, I just got endlessly comboed. Zero chance to do anything. Fucking stupid, man. Right. I'm in 10th.
This isn't Brawl where you legit could not win against a semi-competent Meta Knight as the best Ganondorf ever because the character was that chopped, as the Zoomers say. Oh man, those were the days. Brawl Meta Knight. Brawl Meta Knight was so busted that when people modded Meta Knight in Smash Ultimate just to see how much of a distinction Brawl Meta Knight stats were in Ultimate, it was like an easy sweep that a pro player with Brawl Meta Knight stats in Ultimate had against even the most difficult of AIs running the computers running the characters. Like level 9 Kazuya AI was supposedly like a nightmare for people to play against because it knew what to do with everything. But it would not survive. It did not survive the 2 minutes it fought against someone who was playing competently with Brawl Meta Knight stats. Like it was that big of a distinct difference between how much Meta Knight had when he started versus where he is now.
Dude, I just can't stop getting hit. Here we go again. Dude, again? I can't stop getting hit. It's like 17 hits in a row. Are you fucking kidding me? How am I supposed to play the game? Oh, the fuck, dude? This is insanity. Nothing I could do.
Level 9 CPUs in Ultimate were weird because sometimes they were pretty reasonable and sometimes it was godlike. Yeah. Might have altered AI based on characters or in different updates. I think the updates might have affected how the AI behaves with the characters. But I feel like I'd be speculating though because I would have to look into every single update data and see what was changed.
Literally an item, just an item is the only reason that guy's ahead of me right now. Eliminated because of the game.
Not me. Not me.
100% the game fucking with me, hit me with his 5,000 combos and I can't.
I remember when Smash 4 came out, the Meta Knight players were saying that like Meta Knight is so useless now because they nerfed him so hard in Smash 4 for the beginning stages that he was basically, to the meta players, he was unusable compared to what he was like in Brawl. And at the time, the new meta was, alright, well, Meta Knight sucks, who do we use next? What if we use that new frog guy, Greninja? He seems pretty powerful, yeah, let's use him. So, Greninja became like the top meta for a while. Until like the infamous Smash meme happened. And then it happened again. And again. And again. They were too used to power, man. I was decent in that game, my RC. Not amazing, but definitely on the bottom. I think it's just because, like, in a game where a lot of characters are usually sluggish, because that's the nature of Brawl, having a fast character like Meta Knight really did, like... Meta Knight really did change everything because of how fast he was and how quick he was able to get his moves out. But he himself wasn't exactly that impressive of a kid. It was just the circumstances are what made him great. Bayo and Cloud Pog, did you upload Kong 2?
Stop it. Nonsense. Absolute fucking nonsense. Complete trash. It's like, no.
You did not outplay me.
You didn't even drive well. You literally kept getting the good items. I was in first. Bullet gets right by me. Oh, look, now everyone clobbers me with 100 items. Lame. It's just lame. It is like, you want to...
It helps a lot
like
competitively, but it's game.
Like the game means something. It doesn't mean anything. It's just a...
Helps a lot competitively, but his moves also did more damage in Brawl, I believe. Once he did rack up damage, it kills so quickly. Yeah, he did unnecessarily high damage for what type of character he was supposed to be. That was an interesting design choice.
Party game, because you can't play a game competitively that just does that to you.
When you're doing the best of everyone.
Hey, get the fuck out of here. Got hit by nothing. Literally, there was nothing there. Got hit by it. Okay. I'm in 14th. What happened? How did I get to 14th exactly? What hit me there? You can't see anything. What the hell is hitting me? Shit from behind that you can't see or avoid. So fucking dumb. Of course I didn't get an item. Fuck you, dude. Pushed me off the track. Couldn't do anything. Wasn't me. I got pushed off the track by that guy. You're kidding me. I can't do anything now. We're done. That's it. Nothing I could do was because I got hit. Nothing to do with my driving. All because of bullshit getting hit. Nothing to do with me. Literally nothing the fuck to do with me. They hit me with an item. I fly off the track. Done. Bullshit. Nothing hit me. There was literally nothing there hitting me. Stop with the bullshit. Stupid laggy bullshit saying something touched me.
Maybe when I start playing Mario Kart World for like a couple of hours and I have to do my little media Twitter posts about it, I'll just take a lot of what DSP said and put it into my review and just pass it off as this is my official thoughts on Mario Kart World and see how many people catch on to what he says. I think that'd be a good idea.
Oh no, it didn't touch me. Oh my god. It was above me and then the game says it landed on me when it didn't. What the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? I pressed star. It didn't activate, so the fucking car hit me. Why do you think I drove into the car? Because I had pressed star. Wow, impossible to see. Once again, impossible to react to or see. What is going on? What just hit me now? I can't fucking see anything that hits me ever. What is this garbage fucking bullshit gameplay?
Your job depends on reliable tools.
That's
why Harbor Freight is committed to offering quality tools.
They gave me the golden mushroom as I'm drifting. So I either activate it and try to qualify or I lose. So I activate it, but the golden mushroom takes me off the course. They couldn't give me the golden mushroom earlier. Instead, they kept giving me regular mushrooms like fucking assholes. Dickheads.
Oh, I thought you could take a shortcut there. No, you drive off the course and now you're in last place. Oh, that's good.
Now,
Wait,
why do you
what?
think they caught up with me? Can you be honest?
I need to see that again because I want to look at the little mini map he was going off of with this part.
Like fucking assholes. Dickheads.
Oh, I thought you could take a shortcut there. No, you drive off the course and now you're in last place. Oh, that's good.
Now, why do you think
Where was he expecting to go from that distance? He was heading right of the map, and this map is one of those, like, it's supposed to be one of those intermission maps that go straight right, so, like, where do you think he'd be going by that point? Because as far as what the map looked like, he was supposed to head upward, but he headed right. He went right for some reason.
they caught up with me? Can you be honest? Items. Not because they're driving well. They got items that let
Who
them
knows,
catch up.
Philip?
Yep, that was an item
Huh?
right there. That's how that guy's passing me. What? I pressed...
The inner machinations of Philip's mind is an enigma. We'll never figure it out.
I pressed feather. It did absolutely nothing. It ignored the feather. Random bullshit. So fucking random. Not even... Again. Yes, just keep comboing me. Keep fucking comboing me. How the fuck did he just pass me? Because he has a golden mushroom.
Not outplayed.
They're getting lucky with their fucking bullshit items. They're getting so fucking lucky, it's complete nonsense. What happened? Why did it act like I was in first and got hit by a blue shell? You saw that, right? Well, I can't come back from this. Look how slow I'm driving. I can't even move. What is going on? You saw how slow I was? I can't do anything now. I'm done. It's over. we have about 15 minutes left on the stream, guys. So if you were going to contribute, now would be the time. If we don't hit the goal, we're probably not playing this next week. I'm being honest here.
Oh man, he's gonna threaten to not play Mario Kart World next week. That's terrible. It's awful. I mean, it's not like he would It's not like he's not gonna pick up this game after this point because he's not making his money. He's not gonna go back to it next week. It's not like we're gonna rage quit the rest. Oh man.
This is nonsense. Is it ever gonna stop making the sound that there's an item coming? What the fuck? What am I supposed to do there? It rolled perfectly into my way. Now I'm done. I'm literally already done. That's it. It's over. I can't catch up. Yep. I wasn't outplayed. I literally wasn't outplayed. It was complete fucking bullshit is what it was. I'm done. I can't do anything. I have no items. Can't do anything. The game has completely robbed me. No one has outplayed me. The game just fucking robbed me. I passed those people, so I was ahead of them. They continued. I was past them, but they continued, and I got eliminated.
Stupid, stupid, stupid.
This game sucks online. It really does. It's ass. It's fucking ass, dude. What the fuck? Okay. No idea why I lost control wildly there. 0. Wow. What the hell? Come on. I went around the banana. It still hit me. Yeah, see what I mean? What the fucking netcode's terrible. I purposefully drove around the banana. It still fucking hits me. That is dumb shit.
It's the online lag,
Of
man.
course, I hit it and it still fucking hit me. What's the point of hitting the bomb if the bomb still explodes and hits you and slows you down? Doesn't make any sense. Okay, I'm done. That's it. I'm all done. I cannot catch up. Completely unfair. Got hit by someone who got flattened somehow. And now I'm done. Complete fucking bullshit. Bullshit. Was driving fine. I was in 6th. Get flattened by a power-up. Go fuck yourself. So now is the time, guys. If you want to support, to have us hit our goal, now is the time to do it. Okay? Unfucking believable. Phil has good items. Quick, take them all from him while he's using them. Wow, dude, are you kidding? I was in first, dominating. They hit me with multiple unavoidable items in a fucking row, and now I'm gonna get eliminated. What a piece of fucking dog shit game. I'm done. That's it. They cheated again. Done. Fuck this. No, fuck this game. No, I mean it. This game is ass. I was in first, driving perfectly. 2 fucking unavoidable items hit me. I'm an 8th. I get back to 5th. Get hit, get hit, get hit. Fuck you, Nintendo. You don't know how to make a fun online game. This is ass. You frustrated me because I didn't get outplayed. You fucking made a shit game. That is complete ass what just happened there. I did not play poorly. I didn't make any mistakes. The game fucked me. That's not fun. You made a shitty ass party game. That's fucking stupid. That pisses me off. I don't know. How can I play any better? How can I possibly play any better? I'm holding the first. Driving perfectly. Still lose because cheat, a million fucking items. Get the fuck out of here. That's the core thing we need to focus on here today, guys. I didn't do anything wrong.
Oh man. That was basically every content creator when they need to make like a negative review about Mario Kart World so it can get more traction from people because that's what gets them money right now. That was pretty much the embodiment of every reviewer out there doing that. But remember, guys, can't he can't figure out what he's supposed to do because he's done everything he could do, and yet he still loses somehow. Why you shouldn't buy a Switch 2? Buys it to make more content. Real hard when he lies. Alright, but that's it for today. I gotta take a nap because coming back from work can be a bit tiring, and I wanted to do this stream right now so I would be able to relax. I'm glad that I did. But now that nap time is coming to me, so it has to be done. The new Nintendo is Doom genre reveals back in the day when the Wii U era was hitting its apex in poor sales. People forget that when the Switch was coming out, everyone thought it was going to be the next system that everyone's going to have a lot of people thought that the Switch was doomed to fail because they were not going to learn their mistakes from the Wii U. Like, everyone legitimately thought that the Switch would fail on launch and it would not succeed and it'd be the end of Nintendo because the Wii U just wasn't selling as much as it should. And I feel like I guess it's a good testament of just the fact that like people's mentalities on the new system they come out is never going to change. Like regardless of whether the system itself is bad or not, there will always be a lot of people that will try to claim that the next system will be Nintendo's end because I don't know, one reason or another. It's usually the stuff you hear all the time. People were so used to Nintendo failing that they were just expecting it, even though the 3DS was doing pretty well. Actually, I think I remember that the 3DS was kind of having a bad time when it came out because of reasons I'm not entirely sure. I just know that it wasn't making as much as it should. It wasn't until like Nintendo lowered the price of the 3DS down by $100 or something, and they started to make the Nintendo Select games for the 3DS. That's when it gained a lot of traction, and that's when they were able to make do with it. Nintendo has yet to truly screw up a handheld, but during the Wii U's lowest point, the 3DS was coming back already. That was really, yeah. Um, I feel like the Wii U was kind of the exception of Nintendo making decisions that would bite them in the butt. But in regards to the Switch, I mean, it's pretty clear to see that the concerns weren't even warranted at all because it just not only did it succeed, it almost outperforms the PS2 in total sales, which is impressive. It's like see a system be that successful after the failure that was the Wii U is like it's the ultimate comeback situation. Like people can say what they will about what they think about the Switch as a whole, but the fact that so many people still bought it goes to show that it had something that people liked about it. I don't think like the Switch 2 is gonna be as big as the Switch 1, despite like its impressive early month launch, but I do think it will do well enough that it'll keep going. Because when the new games come out and the company start utilizing the technical prowess that the Switch 2 has, more and more people are gonna end up wanting to get it because of those games. Like the fact that I'm reading people saying like Donkey Kong Bonanza is almost convincing a lot of people to buy a Switch 2 goes to show that when a game like Zelda or another Monolith game comes out, people are gonna want it. Let alone the people who want to buy Pokemon on Switch 2 because Switch 2 actually fixed the problems that Scarlet Violet had and a few others, so people's expectations are getting higher about it. Um, Yeah, Switch had issues for sure, but still was very impressive at the time to play games like Mario Odyssey and Breath of the Wild portable on tablet. DK Bonanza reviews looking really good from what I've seen. I assumed it would do well despite because of how it was initially going to be a Switch 1 title. And considering how well Mario Odyssey came out to be, I do expect that Bonanza is going to be a great quality game. Like, you're going to have a fun time with it no matter how you'll look at it because everyone had a fun time when they played Odyssey. And I think it's going to be the same in this case. It makes me all the more curious what the next 3D Mario game is going to look like, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be something of interest. Okay. So for the next Wednesday, we will continue with Toemon. I initially just wanted to show what Mario Eclipse is, so when I finish the base game of Toemon, I'm gonna start playing through Mario Eclipse, and at some point I'll go back to Toemon and do the post game stuff because that's gonna be a separate stream in of itself because of how long it is. Uh, and then after that, I will find something else to do because Mario Eclipse shouldn't be that long. It shouldn't be that much longer than Toemon in terms of its content. At least depending on how fast I can get through each shine, but I probably will just take my time with this. So we'll see what happens. Bonanza seems to be shaping up to share a lot of similar principles to Odyssey in its open world and such. It was the same team after all, so it makes sense that it would share a lot of those traits, especially since its development was going to be around that time, anyways. It's going to be interesting to see what goes on with Switch 2 in the future, and I'm looking forward to it. But I'm going to go take my nap now, so thanks to everyone for showing up in the stream. It was great talking to you and Ninteek since it's been months with him. Uh, gonna look forward to next Wednesday because I love having discussions like this, and I love doing these streams because it just feels good. All right. Till then, I'll catch you guys next stream. So have a good rest of your day. Don't let anything bring you down, and stay safe, and everything will go well for you. See you all later, man. Bye.